Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Friday, July the 7th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William, and thanks so much for opening up the room. And my experiment continues, not doing as much pre-market work. Certainly we see what's going on. This STL, probably just look at this top list right here. Check the ones that are up at least 10%. Check the ones that are down at least 10%. And that's probably good enough to start anyway. So first of all, CSTL, just ripping here. I don't know. I sort of remember who these guys are. Lake Street. I don't know how much clout they've got, but they must have other news here. Present new decision, and decision melanoma data, etc. I don't see any other news on this one. But these guys, as Lake Street has put a $32 price target on them, fairly low float, 25 million in the float. So this is just ripped on that. I don't know, again, if that's the only reason because of this Lake Street, but it hasn't, certainly hasn't hurt. So that is CSTL. And interestingly, again, good old IB now, 1.44 million shares available to short for CSTL. So if this ever really starts to run out of steam, there are shorts available, Interactive Brokers. PWM. They started trading yesterday. And a big, look at this, 102%. So this started trading yesterday. And so the 1 million shares at $5 a share. So this is actually really been a good IPO. This closed yesterday. Well, okay, it was a $5 IPO, closed at $5.41. Look at this, though, today, basically doubled. PWM, lots of volume, 2.4 million in the floats. Have traded already. So a lot of volume. $7.30, excellent. That's excellent. Thank you so much, William. He's getting this extra sleep from me, I think, is really going to help me. Let's see, what else? GRRR, 67%. Look at the volume, 11 million, 36 million in the float, 11 million. This is going to trade the float easily today. Why? Signing a contract with the government of Egypt. Okay, this is GRRR. Again, not a crazy low float, 36 million. That's a big move. It's typical of a move of a stock that has about less than 5 million in the float. Big move. Look at this potential gap, 487 next highs on the weekly chart for GRRR. Not saying it's getting there, of course. NUZE. Haven't seen this one for a while. I used to see, remember these days when it was up to $28. NUZE, let's see, signs a 5-year agreement with Stone Brewing to distribute its coffee products. The nation's 7th largest craft brewery, okay? 5-year global licensing agreement with them. So that's caused a pop. Now, this is a crazy low float, 513,000 shares, 513,000, okay? So this is a crazy low floater, NUZE. Let's see the top, let's see, probably no news. Yeah, just looking to see if there's any news on top. There is no news on top that I can see. This is just one of those trading vehicles. You know, sometimes out of nowhere, traders get a hold of this one and it just sort of steamrolls ahead for a while anyway. Now, this one is not available, okay, for shorting at Interactive Brokers. Levi. So Levi is an earnings play today, one of the few earnings plays. Levi is an earnings play. LAVI gap down a little bit on earnings. Not a lot of volume yet. Coming into maybe a support area of 13. Looking left on a weekly chart and on the daily chart. Looks like there could be some support around the 13 level. maybe just a little bit below. MAXN was popping. Let's see if it's still holding that gain. Let's see, China stock, sorry, Singapore. I should know that flag by now. Singapore stock. Don't see any specific news as I'm scanning these headlines. I don't see any specific news for MAXN. I don't know if solars are just. Let's take a look at TAN. See if solars are on the move here. Not really. Take a look at NIR. NIR is starting to move near intelligence, not quite full, but we're near intelligence. After brokerage benchmark initiates coverage, and let's see if they put a price target, a $3 price target, speculative buy, $3 price target for NIR, probably an IR play or AI play, maybe. Maybe not. Hard to know these days. So that is the news. Okay, I mean, I did see that they were presenting, but I'm wondering if it's how. So this is Lake Street. I'm just looking to see if there are any other analysts. Yeah, I mean, I do see the presentation. I guess the theory being is, if the data was really bad, why would they present? They maybe, I don't know. I mean, they want to bow out, but if they're already scheduled in to present, I mean, I guess I've got to go ahead with it. But at any rate, I guess people are thinking this is going to be pretty good data they're going to present. And of course, with Lake putting a $32 price target, again, I don't know how much clout these guys have got. And TMC, after a bit of a sell-off yesterday, TMC is trying to come back. There's, so many stocks sold off yesterday, and we're in for another negative open. See, the SPY is down 1.21 right now, so the SPY is down. So we're in for another negative open. Nothing really catastrophic on the EBTX. I mean, it's a SPAC, so I don't really count them. I don't see anything else. LZM started trading yesterday, so don't see anything else that's really catastrophically down. There's only two that are down more than 10%, and these are the only ones up 10%, the ones in this light green here. I don't see any other earnings plays. No, nothing on the there's the Levi right there. Minus 0.25 means they released this morning or after hours yesterday. Yeah, so no earnings plays other than Levi that I can see. Now, let me see if this worked. Yes, okay. Upgrades and downgrades, guys. Upgrades and downgrades. See if there's anything interesting on that end. Okay, so I'm going to start getting some of these in now. If there's anything interesting. Fund has an upgrade by Citigroup from 41 to 50. Let's take a look at Fund. Okay, so that upgrade has not really helped that much yet anyway. Okay, here is one, Humana. Okay, wow, that's an expensive one now. Is it Humana way up there now? HUM? Evidently. Oh, I'm sorry. These are downgrades. These are downgrades. So let me just I got my change my header now as I'm typing these into the room. So these are actually downgrades. Sorry about that. Let's see. Para has been downgraded to 14. Look at Para. Of course, the longer this writer strike goes on, all these streaming services are suffering to a certain extent. I mean, they're probably suffering anyway, but with this writer strike on, okay, now I've got the upgrades coming in. Getting the last few in, and I'm going to take a look at them to see if there's anything interesting happening with any one of them. I don't see anything from Goldman. Mr. Pioneer Club in our YouTube room. Good morning. You're always here bright and early. Okay, let's take a look at ATGE as an example. ATGE. Oh, there's the CSTL guys, another new high just being made by CSTL. So ATGE has an upgrade by BMO, Bank of Montreal, BMO. $44 price target for ATGE. That might be the only interesting one that I can see that's relatively cheap. PLTK, rated by Bank of America, VOTA, Bank of America, from 10 to 13. So that's almost there anyway. Give me a moment, guys. Just doing some fixing up on my other monitors. Okay. Yeah, CSTL continues to move higher, challenging that 20 now. So looking left, the next high, looking left, I mean, it still has room, 2678. Believe it or not, it's already at 50%, 49%. Okay, nothing coming in again in the downside of any note that I can see. But as always, guys, I'm not relying so much on what's happened in the pre-market as much as what's going to happen in the option plays. Now, CSTL may not be an option. That's the only reason I do any of this pre-market work right now. CSTL may not be optionable. I don't know if it is. And it's certainly PWM will not be optionable. It's too early. Oh, wow, look at CSTL. Just so anybody know anything about these guys? These Lake Street, how much clout they have? I have seen them in the past. But again, this is a lot of shorts available. 1.5 million shorts at Interactive Brokers. Not that I want to short this, certainly not right now, but this is showing no signs of a pullback. There was a pullback right there at 8:15. All right, now let me take a look at the sectors. Again, we're in for, actually the SPY is recovering a little bit. So from our channel bar, click on new and then dock channel bar and then scroll down until we see sector status. All right, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. XLE is the major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE. So when you see 80.9% in red, what does that mean? That means that 80.9% of them are down from yesterday's close. That's what that means. So you do a quick look at the rest of the sectors, and you can see there's really no strong sector. I mean, technology right now is about 50-50, materials about 50-50. Of course, this is so early. 10 minutes before they open, 12 minutes before they open. More importantly for me, though, let's take a look. Where are they with respect now, with the market being down yesterday? Some of these ones that were getting a little bit closer to the 200-day moving average probably have drifted away. Yeah, look at energy. See how energy was starting to get closer and closer to the 200-day moving average, that blue line there. But the last 2 days, 3 days, for 2 days, and now today, drifting away from it. So that is one. So that is still below the 200-day moving average. Take a look at retail, XRT. So touched the 200-day yesterday, and it closed a little bit above it. But this is again in jeopardy, depending on what happens today. That blue line, so it's in jeopardy. Staples, XLP. Yeah, still reasonably comfortably above it. Healthcare was the other one that was hovering around the 200-day moving average. Healthcare, XLV. Yeah, so you can see it did crack it yesterday. That blue line. So it is cracked down through the 200-day moving average. That is healthcare. Take a look at industrials, XLI. Should be fine. Well, I think the last time I saw it was sort of creeping. Yeah, it's way above it. Now financials. So what have we got? We have XLE and we have healthcare. Those are two that are below. We know financials are going to be below. Actually, closer than I thought. So yesterday, here's that blue line. So yesterday it did crack down below, and now we're, depending on again what happens, we're just a little bit below right now. It's only down 8 cents, but we'll have to see what happens today. See if financials can recover and close above that 200-day. Again, why am I harping on the 200-day? It's just probably it's definitely the most widely watched barometer indicator. Simplistically, above the 200-day, good, below, bad. Okay, I mean very simplistically. XLY, consumer discretionary, XLY. Yeah, way above it, way above it. XLB, I'm not going to look at communications technologies. We know those are way above it. Yeah, this is the one I'm kind of interested in. So sectors, I'm sorry, XLB materials. So this is starting to lose it a bit here, guys. I mean, we're getting closer and closer to that 200-day. So as we speak, we've got three of the major sectors. We have energy, retail, I'm sorry, healthcare, and financials below the 200-day moving average. Beatriz, 1990, good morning. I'm going to assign the Spanish pronunciation to that one. As best I could do. All right, so there's maybe the first crack in the CSTL, maybe the first crack. I mean, let's see if it doesn't hold, if it doesn't get over 20 again. Okay, so this is the real news. This is not, so before all we had was they were going to be presenting, and then we had the reader, then we had Lake, but now this looks like the real news, surging 33% on new cancer gene risk test data. No, I'm wrong. I am wrong. This is, well, I'm sort of right. Okay, so this is a little more positive. Okay, so they are saying they're going to present data showing its cancer risk tests were effective. So that is a little more definitive. Now, the other one that's sort of interesting is that Biogen, because I did see the news yesterday, I think after hours, that the FDA basically approved their Alzheimer's drug. I think that's what it said. But doggone, I wish uh, it's driving me crazy with, I know I say this every day, it seems, with IB. There was a headline that I saw earlier that talked about analysts have sort of mixed reactions to the news. Obviously, mixed reactions. Otherwise, this would be up back up to 320. But I did read, I don't know why, I can't, maybe in our news. Yeah, so here we go. FDA grants full approval to Biogen's revolutionary Alzheimer's. Let me see if I can bring this up. Full approval. So on January 6th, that's when this probably happened. This area. Sorry, over here. I'll get it right. So right around here. But anyway, this had a huge pop up to 318. But then a headline that I read this morning in Interactive Brokers is that analysts have mixed reviews about it. So otherwise, this would have just absolutely ripped higher, I guess. Well, okay, you want to say like Sava, but I mean Sava. I don't think anyway. Biogen has had any of the negative connotations attached to it regarding its Alzheimer's. I think Sava has just been accused of. I hate to use the word fraud, fudging. In other words, I don't think Biogen's data has been questioned. I may be wrong, but I know Sava has been. I almost, but almost doesn't count. I almost took Rhythm yesterday as a swing. It almost does not count. I watched his trading right at the very end. Went through the 200-day moving average. The market, the market was down, and Riven just super strong, guys. RIVN just super strong. So another nice move so far pre-market for Riven. Now that's better. Sava like teal. Not that Sava has anything to do with Nigeria, but I get yes. Right, so there's another one that's just creeping in here now. TGTX is starting to run a bit. Not a bit. This is up now at 10, almost 10%. TGTX. So this is the news. Now this is earlier. This did not just hit. Um, Cantor, Cantor Fitzgerald said that their Q2 2023 sales of the company's newly launched multiple sclerosis therapy is likely to top Wall Street forecasts. So I guess they did this before Q1 to 2023, and that worked. So anyway, that is TGTX, 135 million in the float. So this is certainly not a low float. Now, if it can get through, what are we at now? 25.19. The next high in the daily chart looks like about 25.28. So it's very close. And then if it can take out that 25.51, so that's pretty close. So the big level would be up here around 27.80. So if it can get through 25.51, stick an alert there. Stick an alert in that area. Because if it can get through that, then it's more or less clear. I'm not saying it's getting there, but it's more or less, you don't have to worry about any chart resistance until about 27.78. Less than 30 seconds. You're right. So guys, let's have a great end to this trading week. Get rid of this. You typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down. Waiting for the option plays. There may not be anything for the first 10 minutes. It's not a bug, okay? Just that no filters. Now, the only thing is, I was just going to say, we might start getting some right off the bat. Now, this is what I was afraid of. This is what I was afraid of, okay? And I'll explain. All right. So why you're seeing all these, if you're looking at yours and saying, oh, wait a minute, I don't see any of these. Now, what I did yesterday is I got rid of the count filter. So in other words, the stock does not have to make 25 new highs for it to show here. So we're going to get things that are, right off the bat. Now, I'm not sure I want this because You know, the count filter at least showed stocks that are making new highs or new lows, 25 of them. So now you're going to get, now look at that, what happened. We got inundated right off the bat. So yeah, especially when you get into earnings season, I might have to add that count filter back. Genie, guys, Genie from oops, let me, okay. Cross my fingers on this that I don't get booted out. Yes, okay. So Genie from yesterday, guys. Perry from yesterday. This was a pseudo earnings play. Technically not an earnings play, so it's above yesterday's high, Perry. But they basically pre-release. They don't actually have their official release until August the 2nd, but they did kind of pre-release yesterday. Doesn't have that much room though, 34.82. Okay, those are the next highs. Just give me one moment, please. Okay, guys, big level now for CSTL. CSTL, big level. I think the VWAP is right around 1884. So look, yeah, so it is right at the VWAP right now. Okay, will that hold it? CSTL, will that hold it? All right, guys, there's the TGTX. Here's the TGTX. So it's got some room now. 2780. Again, I'm not saying it's getting there, and it's still early. Why I don't like trading in the first 15 is that, you know, these things can go up and down just like that. Look at the SPY. All right, look at the SPY. Big green candle to start. All right, there's the ACHR that got absolutely beaten up yesterday. Big sell-off. This is again one of those EVTOLs, vertical takeoff and landing stocks. But if you're going to follow ACHR, let's take a look at Joby, JOBY. This is the one that kind of got all the interest in those sort of that sector. No, so this is interesting. So this is not popping like ACHR. Keep an eye on the BTAI, guys. BTAI, not an easy one to trade, really. Certainly not yesterday. It was up and down, up and down. Again, so it's way above the VWAP now, 1038. Yesterday, the VWAP was right around that high nines or high 10, sorry. So again, yesterday's high was 1161. Stick a price alert there. See if it takes out yesterday's high. I'm going to put a price alert around 1169. See if it takes that out. Yeah. Well, it's too early for me to act on this one, but yeah, there's the pullback so far for CSTL, but it is still trying to hold the VWAP. Remember, it's an area. There's 1886 is the VWAP, so it's trying to kind of hold it. Craig Hallam, I think that is a brokerage, right? Craig Hallam. Okay, PWM guys, PWM. Let's take a look. It's been was halted and now it's resumed. All right, so big pop from yesterday. An IPO from yesterday. Kind of a blah result yesterday. The IPO was priced at 5, so it closed at 540. But this morning, wow, Sweet Green SG, upgrade from I think it was Morgan Stanley to 17 yesterday. Is on the move. Okay, guys, there is Riven. There is Riven, guys, making a new high, RIVN, and this is broken out of this level here. The next high, wow, the next high on the weekly chart is 2758-ish, I think. Actually, 2796 is the next high on the weekly chart for Riven, RIVN. Boy, this has just been a monster. This is basically, well, not quite. I'm going to say almost a double, but not that long ago, June the 27th. This was 1323. What a run it's been on. So some of these ones that had been beaten up yesterday, SOUN, what had been beaten up kind of yesterday. Not kind of, it was. It's been falling the last couple of days, having a bit of a pop here. Again, would I take this one right now? Nope. The high yesterday was about 4. It would have to take out 4 for me. Riven, guys. Riven, RIVN. So watching the CSTL, guys, the CSTL is, again, just hovering around the VWAP area. Okay, there's the VWAP, 1883. So it's just kind of hovering around that area. Levi is making new highs, I think. Still probably down for the day, but it's making new highs. Bit of a comeback. Riven is getting riveting. Look at this. Sorry, William. Speaking of AI over 40 now. AI over 40. Yes, Riven broke the 200-day yesterday. Absolutely. Where are you, Tank? There's your CLSK. CLSK, guys. CLSK. I don't know if Tank's in the room, but okay, let's take a look at CLSK. Where could it go? So here's the problem I see. 6 could be an issue, okay? It's getting closer and closer. So again, just to take a look at the count, okay, the count column. So all of these would not have appeared. Anything underneath 35, 30 would not have appeared. And that's why all these are very early. So if you have my option plays, you're wondering why did we get all these early ones? I mean, I experimented with taking out the count filter. But you can see these ones would have appeared because they're all over 30. Well, they're not all over 30. There's TMC. Wow, Riven. Probably, yeah. I mean, this was one that I sort of a rule breaker. Okay, I don't like taking these things in the first 15, but this has just been super strong. So here's another EV play, Fisker, but I mean, we can't lump them together. But FSR, not Opera. Yeah, I mean, I can't put Riven and Fisker in the same boat. It's just showing up on a scan. That's all. So Riven tested that whole number, guys, and I'm a whole number. I have that phobia. Keep an eye on the CSTL, guys. It is still holding. It is still holding the VWAP. Is not letting that VWAP get too far away from it. 1880, 1882 is the VWAP. Okay, so it's the volume like 4 million, 4.2 million, 263 times normal. So this does trade options, not many. You can see it's traded 689 contracts a day, which is 57 times normal. Now, if you're wondering, well, why isn't it showing up on the option scanner? It would have to take out the high, 2027, and then it would be there. But so that's why it's not showing up, because I don't think it showed up early. No. Okay, guys, Riven again, testing that whole number 24. Well, there's that TMC. TMC is recovering from yesterday. 239 or so was the high yesterday, so I could not take that until it broke out that high of yesterday. Okay, still struggling to get through that whole number. Riven, mini struggle. 2399, 2394, 2394, 2390. Okay, somebody mentioned this is the one from Craig Hallam. Here we go. Hearing traders circulating, saying to buy CDNA. The stock could trade up in the low teens. The entire diagnostic space could break some relief. Oh, this is a real. So this is Craig Hallam. PJ, you in the room. WW, your favorite. WW. So now this is a really big area here. 811, 810, 810. And the next high looking left is 869. Again, Riven just struggling to get through that 24. And it got up to, I think it got to 23.98. Well, I mean, CSTL, I mean, if it's doing a great job holding the VWAP. Well, I was saying it was doing a great job. 1884. I mean, that's the VWAP area. So this has got a ton of room. Is that right? Okay. 10 is close. Okay. We're at 975 for CDNA. We're very close. If it can get 1007 is the next high, then after that, 1088. You know, the CSTL is pretty, still pretty well, mini volatility here. You know, it's running between 1877 and 19. Well, I was just talking about BTAI before. Okay, so now today there are no shorts available at Interactive Brokers for BTAI, so they've all been snapped up. All right, I have to put an alert on this CSTL. I'm going to stick a price alert around, say, 1923. See if we can clear that 19 level. Also stick a price alert down here at 1849. So kind of bracketed these price alerts to see if it moves out of this area. WW on the move here. So again, in case you guys think I'm insane, I mean, look at this with the Riven. Why I'm such a look at that 23.99, 23.99, 23.99. It's only a penny. Okay, there's nothing else really blocking it. There's nothing on the chart that's blocking it. It's a penny, but it's a whole number. NIR guys, NIR. I know that was in the pre-market, and there was some news on that one. That's the one. Near intelligence. So a $3 price target put on it by Benchmark. That's the only news I can see on it. All right, the CSTL guys, the CSTL. I have to really keep an eye on this one. I don't want to miss it if it starts to run because, again, the longer this holds, it's that 200-day moving average, 1884. Now, there's more news here. Jumps after reversal in coverage policy. So I mean, that's not the original news that we saw. I mean, there's all sorts of news on this one. It surges 33%, a new cancer gene risk test data. And now we're getting this also, a reversal in coverage policy. After regional Medicare administrative contractor Novitas decided to withdraw a draft policy that would have declined coverage for Castle's cancer test. Okay, I am putting a price alert on Ribbon over that whole number. I'm completely out of this now. I want to put a price alert over the whole number and see if it takes it out later on, because it still does have some room on the weekly chart, 20 almost to 28. So if it can get back up to 24, take it out. It does have room. Did it actually pull back to the VWAP? Wow, yeah, 23.27. A little below it, but to the area, yes. Look at them. Look at the SPY guys. BTAI. Okay, I mean, I don't know. The CSTL, I know it's driving me crazy. I want it to move one way or the other in a big way. Well, I mean, I'm not a big swing trader. I mean, that's an understatement. Okay. I almost took this yesterday. I mean, this is super strong. I mean, I almost took it yesterday. It broke through the 200-day. I almost took it yesterday. I didn't, but I'm not a big swing trader. So, okay, guys, here's maybe our answer now for Castle. Maybe CSTL. It just broke down a bit more. Wow, like too late, too late, too late, too late. Well, I'm not a financial advisor at PS25, so I certainly, but obviously it's been strong. Some might say it's a little extended looking on the daily, but you know, I cannot, you have to have a stop in place wherever you got in. You have to have a stop. It still has a little bit of room to the upside based on the charts. Levi. Okay. So Levi, let's see, maybe this could be interesting. So this Levi, it's an earnings play, one of the very few earnings plays, of course. The pre-market high was, looks like around 1344. Yeah, 1344. Well, maybe if it takes out that pre-market high, it could get interesting. Trying to have a little bit of a recovery. It's an earnings play. Release earnings after hour. You can see the mauve area right here. That's the reaction. And then this morning, move down a little bit more. Look at, whoops, what happened here? Now look at that CSTL. I mean, it's still a couple of bottoming tails now. Look at the bottoming tails on the 15-minute chart. So, I mean, this is still really, really volatile. So, I mean, the sellers tried to knock it down, but the buyer stepped in again twice. So I still have my alert set up here over 1921-ish. Okay, so I do see this is from the AI CMPS. Now, if you took it, it's not too bad. Obviously, 993 on the alert. Got up to what, 1045. So here, and that's probably why. I mean, to me, there looks like there's just a lot of resistance not that far away right now, to me. Definitely a big market surge here, guys. Big, big green candle here. Second 15-minute candle. Another less than 2 minutes for this to close. Craig Hallam. Craig Hallam. Oh, not CD. No, that was on CDNA, Lee. I don't think, I don't know if anybody made a comment about CVNA. As an analyst. I mean, CVNA is moving, but I don't think it was because of an analyst. I may be wrong. But it was CDNA, certainly. But boy, this is moving, yeah. But CDNA, so this is the one with Craig Hallam, CDNA. To pour on the fire. All right, guys. Well, maybe now CSTL will start to lift off that VWAP. I'm sure this move shook a lot of people out of positions that they might have had before. All right, guys. Well, let's see now. CSTL, is it going to hold that 19? This is my, look at this opera. I know this showed up a couple of days ago. Now another all-time high. A little choppy intraday. But it's an all-time high. OPRA, all-time high. I think it's moving probably with a lot of the other AIs. I mean, we sort of think this is an AI play. They have, as somebody said, it their native AI. Of course, it's a browser. I can't think of any other reason why this is moving. Guys, I mean, this is so, this CSTL, there's the ribbon, guys, right back up to 24 now. Okay. Okay, this CSTL, I mean, it's not wanting to lift in a big way so far. There's the ribbon. So this is now showing up. Option scanner, 10-day daily breakout, momentum. Just wish, well, what I want is not necessarily going to happen. I wish this was just settled down a bit. The CSTL, again, maybe get to the, trade around the 1915, 1920 mark for a bit and then explode off that. It's just too volatile. Boy, this TMC, which I did not take, TMC now broke above yesterday's high as a challenge at the 256 level now. That's the next high looking left. Okay, CSTL, are you going to? You're going to take this. You're going to. I mean, your stop has to be pretty wide because this is so volatile. Yeah, still not convinced. I'm going to put my reset my price alert. Oh, look at that. Yeah, this is a tough one. Okay, here's another one, guys. PGRE. PGRE is showing a Paramount Group. Don't tell me. No, it's nothing to do with Paramount Pictures. Ugh. It's just teasing us here at this 19 level. But I want to see this PGRE that's just showing up my 10-day daily breakout. What sort of room does it have? Of course, I would not take it unless it took out 5. It took out 5, 519, 5. So it's got some room, but I'd be waiting for a 5 break. So I'm going to stick an alert up in this area, 498. CSTL, CSTL. Well, look at Opera. Oh, not in it. trying to figure out a level that CSTL really has to clear. Where we get a lot of confidence that it could keep ripping. Maybe the 1930s. Look what it did. I mean, it got up to 1932 and then it dropped right back down to 19. It all depends on where you can put your stop. Yeah, look at that, guys. This is really a tough one. I mean, it's right back down to 19. Topping tails and bottoming tails. No, look at Levi, guys. So I think Levi now is above yesterday's high. I'm sorry, the pre-market, or it's right at the pre-market high. Levi earnings play, LEVI earnings play. Riven back over 24. Yeah, you might be right, PJ. It's just too. I mean, it's trading like, well, I mean, it's not a high float, not a big float, but it is trading so erratically for me anyway. I mean, others might look at this and go, "What are you talking about?" You know, but where are you going to put your stop? That's the big thing. You take this, where are you going to put your stop? And that dictates everything because, I mean, how much money are you going to risk on it, depending on where you're going to put your stop? Has to be a wide stop. Riven is okay, guys. Riven, rocketing Riven. Yeah, somebody's commenting. Yeah, I guess RAI has gone short. Opera. Well, Levi, guys, now it's just above pre-market high. Mary 3 again. Good morning. 2 days in a row. Okay, the best I can say about CSTL, it looks like it's trying to settle a little bit, just a little bit. You can see some narrow bodies. Want to see all these topping tails and bottoming tails. And again, we're fixated. Oh, I am anyway. Fixated. I mean, some on the surface, really good news. Two, two good reports, both on their drug, and then can never figure out in your country this your medical system. I'm sorry, but anyway, I guess Novalis. And now we've also got more news coming in, or headlines anyway. $37 price target put on them by Stevens. And that's CSTL. Again, before you mortgage everything and say, well, it's going to 37, of course, that's not absolutely not the case. I mean, it could, but that's, there's nothing guaranteed, of course. So, but this did just show up. So again, the initial news surging 33% on new cancer gene risk. Okay. But also some, I don't know why it's disappeared. I cannot. Oh, here we go. The reversal in coverage policy. Novitas has withdrawn a draft policy that would have declined coverage for their cancer test. PJWW. A little Apocalypse Now reference. Well, Levi, you're leaving me behind. I guess I should have obviously taken you. When was the first alert at 1340? And I was kind of waiting to see if it could take out the pre-market high, which it did, and just running. I mean, this could go positive. All right, so this from the AI, this gorilla, GRRR. So I guess the news we saw in the pre-market, some kind of a deal with the Egyptian government. So that is 356, 373. Yeah, the ROIV. I do have that thumbnail. I noticed you went long earlier, Shady. Yeah, I mean, this was the one. I have an alert set for 11. This was the one that, yeah, reportedly have drawn farmer interest in the $7 billion plus bowel drug market. Okay, so that was the big news of this one yesterday. The big pop up to 1171, and back down to 995. Now there's sweet green. Well, I thought maybe this might move higher, but I guess not. It had a little pop up to 1567. Okay, Riven now at VWAP. Will it hold the VWAP again? Kind of. 2350 is the VWAP. Will that hold it? Somewhat of a low volume sell off. So let's see what happens with Riven. Can it get back over 24? Yeah, so that's probably dragging down the rest of the EVs. If Tesla is red, then the market is turning. All right. CSTL is somewhat settling down. Look at this, narrowing bodies now. Spread is, not bad, 1901, 1905. So what we ideally like to just see this maybe settle down a little bit longer and then get some volume in and pop it. Well, this GER, I missed my entry. So this from the AI, 356 on the alert, got up to 412. If you're in this one from the AI or any other reason, make sure you manage your exits or you manage the trade. Don't just wander away. It's not a crazy low flow, 36 million. When I say wander away, don't wander away from your computer. Go downstairs, make a cup of coffee, piece of toast, and come back up thinking it's going to keep moving higher. It still has some room to 483, so there is room on the weekly chart anyway. I'm not in this one. I'm not in the G triple R. PJ, it's like our private stock. WW. Look at this. It's showing. It just showed up on the option scanner now. And again, why I take these, it's just a matter for me anyway, just a matter of looking left. If I see enough room, and it's over a whole number, that gets me very interested in taking a trade in general. What was the high for CSTL today? So the high was 2037. That's the pre-market high, 915. Market high is just about there also, 2031. Boy, Opera over 25 now. That's a big psychological number to take out, in my opinion. And there is no news that I can see in Opera. It just, I guess it's just an AI play. Okay, guys, ribbon approaching 24 again. Okay, new one, new entry to the option scanner. So IREN. I know this, I think this appeared a couple of days ago also. 20-day range, so it's high, of course, at 20 days. Position in year, so it's a year high. Don't have float information on it. Let me just reload this, see if I can get some float information on it. IREN, 39 million, so it's a fairly low float. This is Australian stock. Okay, so this is a crypto play, guys. Crypto, what's crypto doing? Crypto's doing nothing. $3, or Bitcoin is up $3. But this is a crypto play. Boy, what a run it's been. A 460 to $7 in, well, this is 3 days plus an hour. Some of these moves. Boy, this is, look at all the room this has got on the weekly chart anyway. 925, 925. Again, not saying it's getting there, but look at the room for IREN, IREN on the weekly chart. Paul, are you still having that problem? So I'm just scrolling back and it's doing what I want it to do on a weekly chart anyway. Up 400, really? I have Bitcoin down 19. I have it at 30,297, down 18. Well, let me take a look at VITO. Yeah, basically flat. Yeah, probably, because look at this. 16, I mean, so, BITO, ETF, and then it dropped to get back to flat. Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at my ID, it says 30,305, down $7. Wow, guys, okay, look at Castle now. This, I mean, is this it on the downside? CSTL? Very difficult. Okay, really? But would you have a $400 difference? Really? You could have a $400 difference in the quotation of Bitcoin. Really? Okay. Boy, WWPJ is a beautiful thing. 76 million in the float. Still got the room. I mean, the weekly chart, $10. I mean, we're not saying it's getting there, but $10 on the daily though. We're looking at next high 869. From yesterday, guys, Genie showing up on the option scanner now. G. Yeah, GENI on the option scanner. So this is now, so this is at yesterday's high. That's why that red line is there on our chart. So it's at yesterday's high, which was 771. Must take that out. And this was the one expanding there, or yeah, expanding, I think, until 27, 28, their deal with the NFL. So that was the big news yesterday for Genie, GENI. Yeah, CRBU from yesterday, excuse me, had a big sell-off. Got up to 7, sold down to 6. It was briefly through the briefly through the 200-day moving average. Did have some news yesterday. Whoa, Genie, right at yesterday's high now. Okay, well, best thing we can say about that, I'm interested now in the GRRR. Longer it holds over 4. Again, it has the room looking left. 483 is the next high in the weekly chart anyway. Yeah, Riven just kind of struggling to get through 24 again. I think I'm all over it if it does it, but just sort of struggling to get through 24 again. Lee, welcome. By the way, welcome to the room. Anybody who's brand new or relatively new. My name is Barry Anderson, and I am the moderator of the Trade Ideas Trading Room. Free room. Tell your friends, family, and friends. You don't have to be a subscriber to Trade Ideas to be in here. I'm on the mic between 9 and approximately 3:15 to 3:30. Actually, about 3. In the summer, I'm sort of knocking off at about 3. Always stay later if there are questions. Monday to Friday, on the mic, sharing my screen. What's happening with is a TGTX in the pre-market. This had a, let's see, 2551 is the next high, was the high. 2780, that's right, 2780. So this has, excuse me, this still has some room. On the daily chart, looking left, 2780 is the next high. Looking left, we're at, so that's a couple of dollars away. The high of the day, is that the opening? Yeah, 930 candle. The high is 2583. Had some news. Let me see if I can dig it up. Oh, there's this crazy HKIT, guys. HKIT, HKIT. This one went crazy a few days ago, a few weeks ago, a few months ago, I guess, back in May. Got up to 1143. Oh, can't believe this one is still around. Kodak, Kodk. It's been a decent little run. Coming into the next high looking left on the weekly is 5.7-ish. This was a big meme stock in the day. I don't know what's happening with this. It says on June 30th, excuse me, which was, well, last week, entered an amendment to credit agreement. So they've convinced somebody to put 450 million into them. Okay. Okay, so Levi kind of fizzled out. It got over the pre-market high briefly, but it kind of fizzled out after that. Finger, FNGR. This is showing up now. Option scanner 489. And what sort of room does this have? Well, if it takes out 5, it's got room to about 560, 565 on the weekly chart. If it takes out 5. Must be something on the daily chart that is at 517. That's why that red line is there. Okay, we saw this one a little bit earlier, the PGRE. I don't like it unless it takes out 5 though. But even if it does, it's not that much to get to 515. So I wish it had more room looking left on the weekly chart that it could run to before it hit any sort of high. All right, guys, 10:37. So let me go over what you can find on my homepage, okay? And unfortunately, in fact, I got to get my guy to change the promo code. The promo code is over. The 25% is over, unless you do want to take out an annual subscription. In which case, I can give you a promo for 25%. Give me a moment. Okay, so yeah, look at that, halted down. I mean, this is just probably no news. Yeah, just a trading vehicle today. Somewhere, some group, somebody said, "Hey, let's buy HKIT," and this is what can happen. No rhyme or reason. All right, now let's take a look at what you can find on my homepage. Now I'm going to have to put in my promo code because you cannot use the other promo code. But that's why I was nagging at you guys for the last 2 days. If you wanted to get 25% off. So click on my homepage link. So again, that Freedom 25 is not active right now. You'd have to use, if you want to get 15% off, you'd have to use Barry 15. If you do want 25% off an annual, I can give you a code, okay? Only on an annual though. Now, if you do decide to take out a subscription, please don't, no, I keep saying please, you must do the, wonder what happened here, they're getting started. Well, hard to see here, but this is, I'm sure on your end, it's a lot better. Like, let me just do something like this. It's told to do a hard. Okay, well, on your end, it'll look a lot better, okay? It'll 10 videos, 10 short videos, download and install your first startup and log in, introduction to scans, top lists, and alert windows, okay? I'm gonna have to ask my guy why this is showing up like this. I do the hard reset, it's not working. If you're new to trading, we've got a course for you, Trading 101. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. So I think, I mean, it starts off very, very basic. Literally, the first video is what is a stock? Okay. So I think there are about 40 videos. You don't have to look at them all, of course. The last two will go into the concept of creating a trading plan. Okay. You must have some kind of a plan to trade, not just a matter of, oh, I think I'll take this one without any sort of plan. Like where you're going to get out, where's your stop, how much are you willing to risk on the trade if it doesn't work? All these things go into trading. Very, very important. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it here, free, of course. Trade of the week, free. You can sign up for it here. You'll get it about an hour before the market opens Monday morning. Big education section is here. We have a nice user guide. There's that getting started section again. What happens if I click on it here? Yeah, not bad. There we go. So you can click on it from there. More detail about what an alert window is all about, a top list window is all about, and stock racing. Okay, I'm not displaying stock racing right now, but it's all explained in the guide for videos, and all this is clickable. Great startup configuration. I would also take a look at price alerts. Okay, put price alerts on the charts. I'll show you how to do it. It's really simple, but I think if you're not doing it, you're probably not using any software, not just ours. If you're not putting price alerts, I think it's such an invaluable thing to do. Getting started, there's a getting started again. Daily support. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 o'clock. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today is Friday, so it should be Andy. I'll confirm that before I take my break. And I'll put the YouTube link in the main room. And last, if you're looking for my scans, so if you click on my homepage link, scroll. Oh, he already did it. Boy, thank you, Rudy. He already he already made the change. So here, so if you, this is happening again. Just give me a moment here. Okay. So click here. So again, if you click on my homepage link, go down to the scan section. If you're looking for my scans, here are my scans. This kind of got jumbled up a bit, but that's okay. Pre-market actives up and down. Now, I fully admit I'm not so interested in the pre-market as I used to be in setting up for the day. Excuse me. Doesn't mean I won't do any pre-market work at all, but I'm not a big pre-market trader, so I'm just finding that it's not as important to see the ones that are up and down. It's more important because a lot of them are showing up in the option scanner or right here anyway. But it's up to you. Here's a race, 2 races that I'm sharing. Here are the 2 scans that I really pay attention to now. My breakouts, these ones, breakouts and breakdowns. Nothing on the breakdown today. Look at CMPS. Well, I was wrong, guys. I was very wrong. Thinking that the CMPS might stall at around 1020. So again, this is, so we've got GER, CMPS. I don't know what these ones have done. Well, the Ribbon, we know got up to 24. And then, of course, my option scanner. I'm going to explain this a little bit. Just give me a moment. So this is what I'm using, the option plays and the don't repeat version. This is the don't repeat. So you'll notice that CMPS shows up at 1040. Well, get a better one here because something that happened earlier. Let's take a look at, WW. Well, any one of these. What happens here is that you'll get every time the stock makes a new high, you'll see it here. So there's the CMPS. You'll only see it here once. Okay, and it tells you at CMPS as an example at 1044, passed all the filter requirements. The price was 1047. Here, if it keeps making a new high, you'll see it in a list. So I've got both versions. The option plays is what you see here, and then the don't repeat. That's what the DR stands for. Why I do this is because sometimes I get an alert, and maybe I forget about it or I missed it somehow. I can always go back and click on it and see, okay, what did it move from that original alert price? Sometimes there's still an opportunity to get into the trade. So halts resumes is here. This is the docked momentum or up and down. Now, if you're looking for a pure momentum scan in which you'll get the repeating version, notice here, every time GRRR makes a new high, you will see it. You'll see the time and you'll see the price. You just won't see it over and over in a list. If you'd like to see it presented like that, then you can click on Momo. Up to you. So I would appreciate it if you are going to take out a subscription, please use my homepage link or my go to my homepage, use that promo. This is a free room. The room will get credit for the subscription. It helps to keep the room free. Okay. So the getting started is actually okay, Tony. I just see your question now. So it's broken also. Let me just see if it's still broken. I mean, there are other ways to access it, of course, but let me just see if I can. There we go. So it should be okay now. Should be okay now. The gentleman who looks after my homepage at Trade Ideas, he has said that some of these, sometimes for whatever reason, we get this issue, but happens very infrequently. But it looks like everything is back to normal. Clickable now. There we go. Okay. Okay, Tony, are you still in the room and can you hear me? And can you see my screen? Okay. So as far as getting started with simulated trading, first of all, please tell me you're using our downloadable application and not the web-based version. Which version of Trade ID? Okay, good. All right, so to get into simulator trading, from our toolbar, click on New, okay, and click on Brokerage Plus. So from the toolbar, click on New, and then Brokerage Plus, and then this window will show up. Now, I don't know, maybe it's already up for you. And this is our brokerage. This is Brokerage Plus. This is what we call Brokerage Plus. But in here is how you can use our simulator. Okay. So I just want to make sure that you can see this. You may have different column headers, but just okay. So you can see the screen, and you've been able to load this Brokerage Plus window that we call Brokerage Plus. I'm just looking for one more yes. Okay, good. So now at this point, now I don't know, it may not say simulator. I think in the later versions of Trade Ideas, I believe it already will get you into the simulator. But if it doesn't say simulator, and hopefully you can see this little box that says simulator right beside the ask. Now, if you can't see that, possible you might have to drag it. Okay, I don't know how big it is on your end, but just grab the right hand corner and stretch it out, because you have to see the send also. Okay. Now, for others though, if you don't see simulator, let me. This is what you would This is probably what you would see. You would say not connected. All you have to do is click on SIM, SIM. Underneath there's two options underneath our Brokerage Plus tab. One says live, one says SIM. Click on SIM. Okay. Now, in the later versions, it'll automatically change to simulator. Depends on the version of Trade Ideas you're using. It might say account, in which case you would click on it on the account, and then this little box would pop up, simulated trading default. You click on that, then you're in the simulator. But if you're on later versions of Trade Ideas, it should automatically say simulator. Anyway, now you're in the simulator. Okay. Now you're in the simulator. Now all you have to do is just click on an alert, and it'll show up. Hopefully you can see that it showed up in this box here. There's Opera, OPRA. There's a quantity box you can pick, or you can, of course, type in the number of shares you want. You can pick the price you want to get in at. You know, if you want to go market order or a limit order. So let's just take Opera right here just for fun. Okay, and we'll take a couple hundred shares. Spread is, it's not terrible, 4 cents. So I'm going to buy it and then send it. That's the, I hate, say it all the time, but we just eliminate this second step. Now you're in this. Now the trade is in. Now you're in the trade. Okay, and you can see the entry price is 25.23. Here's the current price. So that'll get you going in the simulator. Okay. Now you can add stops and all those sorts of things. And this is a way in which you can also practice swing trading, because if you don't get out of a trade at the end of the day, it'll carry forward. And if you do want, say, if you had a series of trades that you're in the simulator, you want to get out of a trade, you just highlight the trade. You would click on it and highlight it, and then you could flatten it. That'll get you out of the trade. Half gets you out of half your trade. Double doubles your position. Okay. I'll probably go over money management a little bit later today. I haven't gone over it for a while. Super important. But when you take a trade, you should always know where you're going to get out of the trade if it doesn't work. And so before you take a trade, you know that price. So I will add a stop order. I'm just going to make one up right now. I'll make it at 25. I'm going to show you how that works. And you'll see a red line will appear on the chart. So if Opera goes down to $25, you'll be taken out for a $45 loss, as an example. Okay. And of course, if the trade starts working for you, you can start moving your stop up. This is, you can just move it up and down, just grab it and move it up and down. Okay. I'll move it down a little bit. Now, there is a video about, a lot more detail about using Brokerage Plus and the simulator. So I just put a link called, I'll put it in the other room too. I just put a link in called Brokerage Plus. There were two videos, or a short video. You can actually use this. You can actually use this in order to trade if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account. Okay, you can actually use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. The short video shows you how you do that, how you connect, and that's why it says live under there. And then the longer video goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this, and it's appropriate to using it as a simulator. Okay, so you can take a look at that also. Oh, you didn't know that, Zibo. Okay, let me. Oh, okay. I accidentally copied a couple of links in there for Mac users also. So just give me a moment. This is in our YouTube room. Okay, so that's the Brokerage Plus link on its own. Yeah, so check the first video, okay, Zibo? Check the first video on that link, the Brokerage Plus link. It's I think you can select IB. I think it's got two short videos, one for E-Trade, one for IB. I haven't looked at it for so long. but it talks about the port you have to be on, etc. I am still keeping an eye on the well, two things, guys. The ribbon, I still am holding out for a 24 break, and then yeah, the CSTL. I mean, it's doing a decent job now at holding above 19. I mean, it's still boy. I mean, those bottoming tails, but you know what? The sellers tried to knock the heck out of this, and there are a lot of shorts available at Interactive Brokers, 1.4 million. So I'm assuming there are many shorts available, other brokers' platforms. And now, boy, this looks like it may want to go. I'd like to see that spread tighten up, 1916, 1925. So again, what do these bottoming tails mean? The sellers had knocked this down at one point down to 18 right here. And the buyers closed it up here at 19. The sellers tried again. The next candle, that's the 945 15-minute candle, knocked it down to 18 again. Buyers closed it up here, and then, the buyers tried. There are a couple little, let's get a bigger chart up, show you what I'm looking at. So, I mean, there's this constant battle. So again, these are these topping tails that I'm talking about. Bottoming tails. You see these bottoming tails. The price was down here at one point. Buyers close it here. Sellers knock it down. Buyers close it here. Then all of a sudden you get this one. You get some buying, topping tail, but a bottoming tail. Another big bottoming tail, little topping tail. All this, somebody's going to give up eventually for a while anyway. Maybe now the sellers are going to give up for a while. But again, all stocks have this going on all day long. Some are just more volatile than others. There's always a constant battle between buyers and sellers. But again, some stocks like this are more volatile than others. So we've got two really nice ones from and I use it. Unfortunately, I missed my entry on the GRRR. I'm going to do my video on it today probably, but I missed my entry on it because I just got distracted. I was waiting for a 4 break and got up to 422, and it pulled back down to 388, and I was waiting for this 4 break right here. I just missed it. Just missed it. One big wow, 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 guys. Look at this on the GUR now. I mean, this is now 483 was the potential blocking. Of course, it broke through that. I mean, 12.7, I mean, what I'm saying is 1236. Next high looking left on the weekly chart. Not saying it's getting there, but well, I can't say that exactly, PJ, but no, we have to demonstrate that the room is working. How's that? Working meaning that it's worth the company's while to keep it a free room. It's been free since 2015. Well, not since then, since it started. But the reason it's free is that I do what I do, and of course, every now and then I have to promote trade ideas. And even if you have, again, friends and family, they don't have to be trade idea subscribers. They may not even ever take out a subscription. But if you're looking for some interesting observations, not just from myself, but other people in the room about the market, probably a good place to start. And it's free. Now, the other one from the AI, CMPS. Now, to me, now I was wrong. I mean, I thought that it might stall at this. Where did I see this? It might stall. Maybe I read this wrong. I may have read this wrong on the CMPS. I thought I saw some resistance around 1030, but I guess I'm wrong. Meanwhile, guys, market. So we're in a bit of a schizo day again. We had this huge move at the beginning. Well, then we had three giant red candles. Remember now, that's a big bottoming tail. But then the buyers just took over, and now the last two candles, very positive. And I'm sure this is lifting a lot of stocks that were, very positive at the beginning of the day, then dropped, and now they're moving up again. Hence, Riven, RIVN, following the market. Look at PJ making Canadian references. All right, guys. Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know you're from Detroit. Okay. Okay, guys. Let me just talk a little bit about trade ideas, okay? And what we are, in case you're new into this room. So we're a scanner, and there is a big difference between a screener and a scanner. We do screen, of course, but we are a real-time alert scanner. So what does that really mean? So if I look at this momentum up and I click on configure, this is what this scan is looking for. All right. So, and this is, this is my preferences. Of course, don't have to be your preferences. If you take any one of my scans and you want to change something like the price range, but let me just talk about this first. So this is the screening aspect. A lot of screeners out there. So stock is between $1 and $50. Current volume is 6, meaning it's trading at least 6 times normal up to this time of day. So right now at 11:09, as an example, 300,000 shares minimum. This gives it the momentum aspect, 1,000% of normal volume in the last minute, 400% in the last 5 minutes. Okay. If all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new intraday high, we get a real-time alert. That's why we're seeing, Kodak right here at 11:07. It made a new high, intraday high of 570. Okay. That's why we see these stocks. These are real-time alerts. As I say, a lot of screeners out there, but we have the screening aspect. Look at the CRBU now, guys. That's why CRBU is showing up. Okay, and the wolf is showing. These are making new highs with other filters in place, of course. So that is what Now, if you want to, again, I'm sharing my scans. Now, the other thing, just to point out, doesn't matter who your broker is, what broker you're using. Doesn't matter where you live in the world, you can use trade ideas. Okay. Now, we do have this window that we call Brokerage Plus, that if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, you can actually use this window to trade from within trade ideas. But it's certainly not mandatory. Even if you have IB or E-Trade, you don't have to use it. But, I just want to emphasize the point that because some people come in at the tail end and think, oh man, I don't have an IB or E-Trade account, therefore I cannot use trade ideas. No, no, no. We're a scanner. It doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use us. Okay. We also link with many brokerage platforms, linking meaning that when you click on an alert, it'll automatically just load into your order entry. Okay. It's a time saver. That's what it is. It's a time saver. Okay. So that's what our external linking tool does. That's what I do. I don't use this window to trade. I trade from within. Wow, look at CSTL now. I look at I trade from within my Interactive Brokers package, okay, program. So when I click on an alert, it automatically loads into my order entry in IB. Why don't I use this? Well, because I like to demonstrate its use as a simulator. I'm not going to go back and forth, especially if I'm moderating a room. I have to have total concentration when you're trading. So I don't want to make a mistake. So that's why I always make my trades from within my brokerage package. Notice I got stopped out here. Okay, I left the stop in. This is in the simulator, just to show you up. To show you up, show you how that worked. Now, if you want to make your own scans, of course you can. If I click on search, you're going to see all these are real-time alert. Okay, these are all real-time alerts. Okay, now if I keep scrolling down, these are the filters, the screeners. Okay, now do not get hung up on how many we have. You don't have to learn them all. The reason we have so many is that when the company started over 20 years ago, they figured that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So they tried to create enough real-time alerts and filters so that the majority of our customers can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for if they want to build their own scans. Now, in the old days, I mean, that's all they could do. We didn't have pre-built scans or anything. Didn't have somebody like me with my scans that I'm sharing. And we have other traders within Trade Ideas. In fact, in about 45 minutes, Andy will be in our YouTube room. He has his scans. You can ask him for his. Okay. And again, if you have one of my scans and you right click and configure, and you'll click on the summary, you'll see what it's looking for. But for instance, if you didn't like this price range, so you click on the icon, left click on the icon, and then you can change it. I have it 1 to 50. You can change it to whatever you want, 10 to 100, whatever you want. Change the volume. When you get used to using Trade Ideas, you can always maybe take a look at some of the other filters that we've got. Maybe take one of these out, add one in, or just leave it as it is. Okay. And I think this is a good starting point. Okay. I mean, you can take my scans and you can always, let's say, adjust them. We have some, we don't have as many scans. I am not 100% on board with this, but if you click on new dock channel bar, you'll see that these are all theme-based channels. Now there's a pre-market channel. I don't use it. I have my own pre-market scanning, but here's a pre-market channel. But a lot of them, there we go, up gappers, down gappers. So you can go through the channels and you might be able to pick up a couple of scans you might like there. Okay, guys, Riven. Now back over 24. And CSTL now at 1970. Do you, Iris? Interesting. I still have it up and running. I'd like to make maybe a couple of changes to it. I think I'm getting too many alerts, and I haven't really been able to concentrate on it because, well, I've been I mean, the option plays. Now, let me explain what the option play scanner is all about. Okay, for those of you who are listening to me and wondering, oh man, I didn't know that Trade Ideas can scan for options. Well, we can't. Okay. But what we can do is this. If I right click on this option plays and I hover over strategies, you're going to see that I've got this is what we call a multi-strategy window. That's why it says M in the upper left-hand corner. What a multi-strategy window allows you to do is to take various alert windows and put them in one window. It's good for people that have minimal screen space. Okay, I've got 3 monitors, so that's not an issue. But for me personally, I also like to link similar scans into a multi-strategy window. So you can see right here, moving higher with unusually strong options, 300%, 150%, lower 300%, 150. So what does this all mean? Let me just show you. I'll break out one of the strategies. Actually, let me back up. Okay, I'm going to go to configure. I'm going to type in the search box. I'm going to type in options. I'm going to show you what our option filters are. Remember, we don't scan for options as such, but we do have some option filters. And I'll show you how, if you're an option trader, how they may help you at least identify stocks that you want to trade options in for the day. So we have the put call ratio. So we have some obvious ones: the put call ratio, the option volume today. We have the put and call volume today. Now, this option volume contracts, what that refers to is the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. Okay. Used in conjunction with this, the option volume today percent. So let's, oh, just give me a moment. Okay, so let's just say a stock over the last 10 days has averaged 5,000 contracts. 5,000 contracts. If you use this option volume today filter as a percent, and you'll notice one of my ones was 300%, basically a ratio of 3. For you to see that stock today, it would have to be trading 15,000 contracts, 3 times what it traded on average over the last 10 days. Okay, so that's what this is doing. You can see right here, I have these four, 300%, 150, 300, and 150. So why 150? So when I first put this together several years ago, I only had the 300%. Now, notice that these are checked. If you only wanted to see the 300% or just the 150%, you could uncheck. Why I put 150 is I thought, okay, instead of waiting for the stock to get to 3 times, what if we just see it a little bit earlier on it, and maybe it's on its way up to this 300% 3 times. Okay, so that's why I put that there. You don't have to, and you notice that these are color coded. So the 300% is in green, and the 150 is in blue. That's why you're seeing this green and blue. Now, if it gets too distracting for you, maybe you want to uncheck. Up to you. And I hope I'm not confusing anybody. You can just leave it like it is. Now, and these are the ones on the way down. We saw a lot yesterday on the way down. It's the same thing, 300%, 150. But these are stocks moving down. I'm not even sure we had it. Did we have any today? I guess we had a couple. Whoops. Boy, I'm missing out on a lot of these things, guys, but that's okay. So you can see right there that at the beginning of the day, Verizon, VZ, 3609. I don't know what it did from there, but this was, an idea to go short, PFE, Pfizer, and the sweet green. Okay. So anything in yellow or brown, these were ideas to go short. Now remember, program is called Trade Ideas. Doesn't mean every time you get an alert, you just hop into the trade. Now, what I may have to do with this is I may have to increase the filter values. The reason being is we're not in options. We're not in earnings season. Sorry, we're not in earnings season yet. Okay, it's going to happen in about a couple of weeks, 2 to 3 weeks. Typically in earnings season, that is when a stock, of course, when they release, the day they release earnings, if it's an optionable stock, usually, the volume increases and the option activity increases. This window will get too full. So we don't want that. So I may have to increase the filter values so that, we're not getting overwhelmed by the number. I'm almost feeling it's too overwhelming right now. Now, one of the things I did and what I can do, notice this count box right there. This box referred to the number of these numbers refer to the number of new highs or new lows the stock made. I took out the filter. I may have to put it back in and put it at least maybe at 30. So we get rid of all these ones at the beginning of the day anyway. So a stock will have to make 30 new highs or new lows before we see it. But I'm going to have to do some serious work because we don't want to have like a window that is just full, 100 stocks because we're in earnings season. How did you get? So this is from my homepage, Leah. So if you're a subscriber, Lee or Leah, don't know the pronunciation, but so again, if you are a subscriber to Trade Ideas, okay, you have Trade Ideas, okay, then just click on my homepage link. and just put the link in. And you'll be at the top here. Scroll down until you see my scans. Click here, and you'll see we have option plays and then the don't repeat version. You know, where you'll see the first time we had the alert. And this is this one here is the repeating version. Oh my, Riven, guys. So Riven actually just showed up. When did it first show up? Okay, so for instance, you know, using this like a watch list. I mean, you know, I've been talking about Riven almost from the beginning, but so there it was, 10:02, 24:17 was the alert. Now, what time is it now? 11:23. Look at it now. Okay, it just is making new highs, but you could have said to yourself, well, okay, I missed it here. It pulled back down to about 23 something. Maybe put an alert if you're like me, putting alert around that whole number, 24, and maybe you can get the trade later on. And that's exactly what happened. Okay, so I like, and you know, when it's a strong stock, you know, I'd be following this all day. Now, again, if you're new to trading and this is all confusing to you, I mean, I would really recommend you take a look at this course, okay, the Trading 101. Now, Lee, do you know, okay, I was just going to say, do you know how to load a link? Look at CSTL, guys. You know, I don't have very much. I mean, as I kept saying, it's, you know, where are you going to put a stop? So, you know, I had to put a pretty wide stop, meaning I could not take as many shares, but this won't matter if it, you know, as William said, it could get to 20, and well, it's at 20 now. And I'm surprised that give me a moment. Okay. So now look what happened, okay? So that's why you cannot wander away from your computer, and it just broke down through 20. So keep an eye on this one, okay? Do not wander away from your computer if you're in this CSTL. This will show up on the option play scanner, but it has to take out the high of the day because that is the alert. That is the real-time alert. That's what triggers anything you see here. And so that real-time, so that is, I think, at 2026. And the reason I know it'll show up here if it hits 2026, look at the option volume, not an incredible number, 2,200, 2,292 contracts. Look at that though, 19,100% are normal, okay? So we know that's going to show up, but it has to hit, well, we know it's going to show up if it hits the high of the day. Well, look at Riven. I mean, Riven's been just a super strong stock, and yesterday it broke through the 200-day moving average, okay? As an example. You know, for me, I'm not a big indicator guy. You'll notice my charts are not littered with a bunch of are not littered with a bunch of indicators, but that blue line there you see on the daily chart, that is the 200-day moving average. You know, that is universally followed. I think number one, and probably number two is the VWAP. And then, of course, I'm always looking left to see where could a stock keep going, you know, before it hits the next high. And so I'm, you know, look at that weekly chart, almost $28. And when I say that, I'm not saying it's getting there. It is Lia. Okay. Just okay. What are you lazy? You didn't want to put the H in? Okay, guys. So I see the GR had a big pullback now. Big one. Yeah, it was not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, and I think some others were saying the same thing. Maybe other brokerage platforms. If you have Centerpoint or one of those brokers that really specialize in having a lot of shorts, probably there were shorts available, but YouTube Rick, have a great weekend yourself. Half an hour, guys, and then Andy will be taking over for me in our YouTube room. Well, look at the SG. SG's been all over the place today. I actually had okay, the PGRE. Man, this what a day, guys. This is one of those days that we talk about maybe 4 or 5 days in a month that you can make pretty well. Obviously, you got to be in the right side of trades, et cetera, et cetera. But there's so much happening right now, 4 or 5 days a month, where you can really make some good money. The other, 16 trading days can be a real grind. The last 2 days I found a real grind. Not today, even though the market's been a bit choppy, but for whatever reason, we've had runners. And when I say runners, I'm talking about stocks that have trended pretty nicely, as opposed to just, I mean, obviously there have been stocks like the CSTL chopped up and down a bit, but we've seen some nice runners. Okay, guys, just Andy wanted my option scanner, so he'll be in the YouTube room in about 25 minutes. Hey, moment, guys. Iris. Of course, I can. Yeah, I can share it. I thought you would have had it by now. Whoops. Well, actually, that is the don't repeat version. Okay, I was going to send you to my homepage. I just put a link in it because I just gave this to Andy. That's the don't repeat version of it. But let me just, again, direct you to my homepage. And guys, I like to do it this way because otherwise I'd be putting links in all day long. This way I can just give you my homepage. And then you just have to, once you click on my homepage, all you have to do is scroll down to the scan section. So Iris, so that link I put in before, that is the don't repeat. And then there's the option plays, excuse me, that you see on the screen. So again, guys, I basically just have, this is it. This is all I'm doing. These, and the option plays. Why I have the momentum up here is that, every now and then, sometimes the option plays, you're not getting anything new. And sometimes in here, let's say for argument's sake, let's take a look at NIR. Yeah, you see NIR. So I use this momentum up just to catch those stocks that are moving that actually don't trade options. Okay, because look at NIR, it doesn't trade options. It's not optionable. So, I don't mind seeing those either. It doesn't have to be an options. It doesn't have to trade options for me to want to see it. Here's another one. CLEU does not trade options. What I could do here, in order not to see, the similar stocks that are going to be over here, I could add a filter in here with a minimum option value of 1 or contracts of 1. So that would mean it would have to be trading options today. In which case, most of these would disappear. Not necessarily do I want to do that, but Castle is getting closer, guys, to showing up here. CSTL getting closer, just has to hit 2022. Not that it matters. I mean, but just to show you that's That is why it's not showing up yet. Yeah, I mean, and I'm not saying, hey, listen, look at this one, PSNY. Sorry, guys, I know I'm jumping all over the place. This is a really interesting day. PSNY, the next high is 524. So Polestar. So the EV plays. EV plays. Somebody said Tesla was lower earlier. They're doing now. Yeah, so that's affecting, I can just see. I mean, that's affecting ribbon. So in case you don't know, what I just showed you, what I'm showing you on the screen is TSLL. So if you want to buy Tesla, but you don't want to pay, you don't want to actually buy the Tesla stock, the TSLA, you want something a little cheaper. This is an ETF designed just for Tesla. So you can buy this, and it's like you're buying Tesla. It's 1.5 times. So let's just take a look. I mean, Tesla, right, or TSLL is at 0.459. So it's basically flat. Let's take a look at Tesla. It may not show a dramatic difference. Yeah, not a dramatic difference, but sometimes what you'll see is you'll see maybe Tesla up 2%. The other one could be up 3%. Okay, because it's a 1.5 times. Now, if you wanted to short Tesla, and instead of again shorting the actual stock, this is the other one, TSLS. Okay, and that's the bear version. So you could buy this if you wanted to short Tesla. Not saying to do this, but I'm just showing you these are your options, and they trade enough. I mean, they're very liquid. Okay, now let's take a look at GUR again. This might be setting up again, just over 5, I notice. It's the VWAP, 427. It didn't really get close to the VWAP, but it's setting up over 5 again. Remember, the high was up here at 578, so uh, perhaps a way to get back into this trade or for the first time, or back in if you sold out. Yeah, it's the head office. Still the head office for Kodak back in Rochester. Well, I mean, I haven't traded Kodak today. It's showed up. See, almost too many. Okay, that's what I'm saying. Almost too many. Now, a lot of it is my fault. Let me see the ones that would not have shown up. No, Kodak. Yeah, Kodak definitely would have shown up. And it's all about the count. Okay, this count alerts column that you see here. I basically took that filter out. I had it at 30, I think. So a stock would have to make 30 new highs before you would see it. So you can see, these ones down here you wouldn't have seen. And I may in fact add it back. I notice that GUR is not on here. Why? Doesn't trade options. All right, guys, 11:44. So again, in about 15 minutes, I'll be taking my break. CSGL still hanging around. I think I have this feeling though, if it takes out the whole number, if it takes out the high of the day, well, there's two highs. There's the pre-market high, and then there's the high of the day. 2031.39 is the because look at the room it's still got. Look at the weekly chart. Okay, so this might be it for the CMPS from the AI. I have no idea why I thought 1020 was or 1030 was the big stumbling area, but it was more like 1050, 1060. There you go, guys. There you go. Look at CSTL now. No, as I explained, this is why it's showing up. It took out the high, and look at it go. Well, that was a patience-driven trade, guys. I mean, it was frustrating at the beginning with all these bottoming tails. Well, yeah, and Dak, the problem I have right here, too many alerts, and a lot of them are because I don't have the count filter in. So there's always going to be a trade-off. The reason I took it out is yesterday there was one that, oh, I don't know, I can't remember. Oh, I know what I was. You see, if you're looking for cheap stocks, like really, really cheap stocks in the option plays, they will be at a disadvantage because it takes a lot for a cheap stock to make 30 new highs, as an example. Like a $2 stock to make 30 new highs. So I think that's why I took it out. And that's why, oh man, man, oh man, oh man, oh man, guys. I mean, not bad. 64, 63, 73 right now. I'm talking about a nasty bid ask. I mean, it depends. Yeah, where could this go? Well, there's the next high looking left. Symbol crash. Symbol crash. That's my sound alert. And what I'm talking about, you don't know trade ideas, you can put a sound alert on different alert windows, okay? And so I have a symbol crash. So when I hear the symbol crash, I know what alert window to look at. When I hear, oh man, I know what window to look at. It's my option plays. And so this is what I'm talking about. Right? Properties, actions, play the sound, set up the sound. So you'll notice that you can put one window, text to speech, if you want. So in other words, she, it's a female voice, will read out the symbol to you. And I say one because the whole idea of putting a sound alert is that you want to have a different sound alert for the different windows. If you put them all text to speech, you wouldn't know which window to look at. So you can put one if you want. You don't have to. And then use custom sound. Click on that. Select the sound, and we have three folders in here, and every folder has some sound alerts. So if you wanted monkey, for instance, you click on monkey. You could open it, and then you could play it. And if you like the monkey screeching at you, you could say okay a couple of times, and then that sound gets attached to that window. Okay? So when you hear the monkey, you know exactly which window to look at. But I do caution you, don't have so many alert windows, so many top windows up and running. You'll get nothing done. Okay? You have to make some determination. I know it's hard sometimes. You say, yeah, but I don't want to miss any type of setup known to man. I know it's hard. I ran through the same thing or had the same problem when I first, as a subscriber back in 2010, took out the program and I didn't want to miss anything. Well, the problem is by not wanting to miss anything, you get nothing done because you'll just be clicking like mad all day long and you just won't get anything done. So resign yourself to the fact that you will miss some alerts, okay, that some maybe in our trading room or elsewhere are talking about. You say, well, man, that didn't show up on my scanner. But if you want the moving stocks, I can almost guarantee that if you have a combination of the option plays and even this, you'll see the moving stocks for the day. And then this is a little more selective. There's a very tough filter in here, and that the relative volume has to be 8. See it right here? Nothing on the 10-day daily breakdown. And it's not that the market is ripping or anything like that, but nothing on the 10-day daily breakdown today. Okay, guys, it's 11:52. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the YouTube link in the room so you can go and listen to Andy. Andy is another trader at Trade Ideas. One of the nice things about our YouTube room is between 12 and 1, I do take a break. And one of the other traders takes over. We have 5 traders, 5 days of the week, all sorts of different trading styles. So it's always a good idea, I think, to head over and listen to another trader and his trading style. Plus, Andy is a really nice guy. So there's the YouTube link, and he's not there yet. So you don't have to head over yet. He puts the cream on the end of the week, a little topping. Andy has a few scans like Dawn of the Dead. Okay, these are stocks that have been beaten up and maybe starting to crawl back, things like that. I guess so. Things to do in Hawaii. Is that contract in Egypt the thing that popped the stock? I guess so. That's the only news we can see. And again, you look at that news and think, well, big deal. I always have to say, it doesn't really matter what we think. I'm not saying that that's what you're saying or thinking things to do in Hawaii, one of our YouTubers, but you just have to trade what we see. I mean, Sturgis on the largest ever contract. Wow, this was a $51 stock a year ago. Wow, I mean, that's big. I mean, $270 million over 3 years. So, I mean, that's legitimate. I didn't know, I hadn't seen the number actually. So, I mean, that's legitimate. And it doesn't have very much in the float, 36 million. So, I mean, this has room too. I mean, this PSNY, another EV play, 523, Polestar. They're doing, I mean, they must be doing advertising in the States. They're doing a lot of advertising in Canada on TV that I see. Looks like a pretty nice looking EV. And I hadn't seen them, I don't think ever until maybe a couple of months ago. I mean, I knew they existed, but I hadn't seen any advertising maybe until a couple of months ago. And some pretty slick ads. I am a fellow Canadian living in Vancouver. Okay, guys, I'm going to put my announcement in. Andy's not in the room quite yet, but I'm going to put my announcement in and put myself on mute in the main room. Oops, get that font a little bit bigger. Okay, guys, so I'm going to put myself on mute right now, okay, in the main room. You guys will still be able to hear me on YouTube. BITF just showed up, Bitcoin Play, I think. Usually there's one that always surprises me when it's not. No, this is definitely, okay. Bitfarms. So market basically now has just gone mildly positive on the SPY. Dow's down a little, Nas is up a little. So yesterday is now forgotten. Andrew, how are you, my friend?
Barry, how are you doing, man?
Great day. Very exciting day. Very
yeah.
exciting day.
Did you
Lots
catch that?
happening.
Did you catch that grrr?
Well, I saw it, of course, and I missed my entry just over 4. I was just distracted. 10 seconds, that's all it took.
Yep,
But
same with me. Yeah,
too much was going on. So my option scanner, I mean,
Yeah.
I am now, I'm a devotee. Okay, I'm just completely devoted to it. The only issue I got with it as on a day like today is just a few too many alerts. So I'm probably going to have to tighten up those filters a little bit, especially when we get into earnings season, because in earnings season, we're going to get tons of companies releasing earnings. And of course, that's if they're optionable, you're probably going to see explosion in option activity.
Oh, sure.
So I want to tighten it up a bit, but I love it. I mean, I'm just really, really loving it now.
Yeah,
And that's
let me
all I'm
see.
really looking at.
Do you fancy the don't repeat one the most?
Well, I put the don't repeat on just so in case I missed it early. Maybe
Right.
I miss it, so I can kind of go back and see, well, did it move? What did it do from that alert? And maybe I still can catch it.
Okay.
That's why I like to have it. But
okay, I got you. Yeah.
yeah. So look at that CSTL. I mean, that I don't know if you've been following that one today, but
I did see it. That's about it. But yeah, looks.
tons of news. I mean, good news. I mean, and even the GRR, I didn't
Grr.
actually realize that the contract was so big. I mean, but it's a legitimate $270 million contract over 3 years with the Egyptian government. So I mean, that's
wow.
legitimate.
That sure it is.
It's not just, a lot of times you'll say, well, we signed
Yeah.
a deal with the Egyptian government, terms not disclosed. Well, it could be from $10,000.
Yeah, exactly.
So, but in this
Exactly.
case,
No, that
not.
was yeah. You know what? I had a chance earlier, then I took my eye off of it, and then I just don't like. I like to catch them early, right at the break. So.
Yep.
Uh,
Yeah.
Oh well. Oh well.
But I'm in the Riven. I'm in the Riven, Andy,
Yep.
and I may swing this one. I may actually swing it. I was going to
Wow.
swing it yesterday afternoon. I didn't do it, but and it showed up on the option scanner early, and it pulled back, and then it got over 24 again. So
Yep.
I may swing this one.
Oh, it's funny that you say that, because look where I've been swinging it from, 1386.
Oh my goodness.
I just believe now. I got about 1/5 of my, I keep thinking I'd like my core to be a little bigger, but I say, gosh, look at this move. I keep taking profits. So now I'm looking for a pullback to get in a little more, but still it's been what a trade. So, it was one that I was in over here, and then it stopped out. You can see it got ugly, fell below its moving averages, it got stepped up, but I had it on the radar. It held this level. And then once it did the reversal there, I said, boom. And because it just,
what a move. And
yeah, just
yesterday
looking at the
200-day
numbers and
moving
reading about it, I said, you know what, this is not going to probably go the way of most of them. I think this is going to be around. And if they are, yep.
Well, and yesterday is what really convinced me, because yesterday basically everything was down, and yet that was up. It kept the momentum up through the 200-day moving average. It closed right near the high of the day, so it really had no pullback. So yeah,
that was
and the market was down, in a fairly big way yesterday. So I thought, okay, this is a good one.
Yeah. Yeah, as a matter of fact, I'll be buying on any weakness, but I'm not sure we're going to see any.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, we had a little bit of weakness this morning, but I think if you look at Tesla, I think it was moving with Tesla when Tesla was moving down, and Tesla, sort of showed itself up again, and it's just been. The other one is that Polestar PSNY. It's way cheaper. PSNY, way cheaper, and you kind of look at that one, and maybe just maybe.
Yeah.
Just trying to get it loaded on my. That's a little bug. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's still got some room, but I was telling the guys that I don't know if it has to be advertised in the States, but I only started. I knew about Polestar, but I hadn't really thought about it until maybe 2 months ago. Started seeing these great ads on TV in Canada. I'm sure they must be in the States. But really nice looking car, but I was intrigued by the fact that I don't even see Tesla. I mean, I don't think I've even seen Tesla ever advertised, but it's the first EV that I think I've really seen advertised.
Okay.
And big advertising campaign going. Not that necessarily is going to do it, but
right.
Okay, they've got some. They're trying to, and it costs money to advertise, and they're doing it at 2 a.m. So. So anyway,
huge volume on this day right here. Yeah. So interesting. Yeah. I'll put a little. Yeah. Yeah.
Riven, look at it go.
I know. Well, I tell you what, I mentioned in the chat room, I bought some Neo at 86 here. Now, uh, when it popped above here, it just could get that bug with ribbon going. Now, my
Hmm.
favorite in the
Absolutely.
sector that I've been in for a very long time, and you can see the chart and why, is this Lee I've been in for a couple of months.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, and I really, I mean, if you look at them, they actually have better numbers in my opinion than RIVN. So,
Hmm.
I don't know what happened here, why it's all
I guess Riven
jacked.
is a U.S. stock, right? Obviously U.S. based.
Right, right. Yeah, yeah, Lee's a China stock, but look at the way that thing's just been riding.
Oh yeah.
It's yeah, it's 10 period, man. And look, it's setting up again for nice. So, uh, it is China, so a lot can happen overnight. But
But you love China, so that's okay.
I play China well, so
Yeah.
you know,
Well,
I
you,
definitely play some American stocks too. You can see them on my board, but
oh yeah, of course,
yeah,
of course. But
oh
you
yeah.
spent the time in China, so I mean, you know, I know that you
Mm,
and Steve have spent a lot of time in China.
yeah, yeah. So you can get a lot of bang for your buck in those China stocks sometimes.
Exactly. Okay, my friend, I
All right,
will
yeah, take a
come
break,
back.
man. You
Hey, I'm overtime, so I'm going to let you go to
yeah, yeah.
105. Okay.
Oh, there you go, man. All right, buddy.
Okay. Okay.
Take
We'll see
care.
you in a bit. Bye.
Uh-huh. Bye bye. Hey, everybody. Sorry, me and Barry gabbing a little too much, but this is the support webinar. So if anybody out there needs any help in configurations or with the software, let me know, and we will try to tackle it. Otherwise, if you have any questions about stocks, I'm mostly a swing trader, but I day traded for 17 years, so I can help out in that regards too. But yeah, I'm mad that I missed that. Grr. All right, taking a look. What a stubborn market. Just boy, it will not sell off. And I'm going to show you something that's really fascinating to me is my global market watcher, which I like to take a look at quite frequently. See the spies up here at the very top? It wasn't too long ago, maybe 4 months ago, that the spy was down here like three quarters down the page, trading in the middle of their yearly range. And there were a lot above it. Now the spy have taken the lead there. I don't have the cues in there, but you can imagine the cues would be in the same spot right up there next to spy. Uh, when, I'm seeing some stocks that were some countries that were strong actually pulling back, like Germany was at the pretty much at the top. And so it makes me boy, a little bit skeptical, if we can just keep pushing higher. But I'm not going to buck the trend by any means. But I just find that quite interesting. So, and not only that, as Michael was talking on Trader TV today, he notices a lot of uh, RSI divergence. In other words, stocks hitting, close to, monthly, yearly highs, but yet the RSI is trending down. So you got to keep an eye on that. But anyway, guys, fire away if you have any questions. Other than that, I'll be looking for opportunity. Real quickly, just go over some of the trades I'm in. I just bought this open at, actually got it hit at 390 in my personal account. I just kind of like the way this is holding up. Had some nice move pulling back to this 10 period moving average. I don't play too many stocks uh, below $5, but the small caps are doing well today. If you look at the IWM, you can see it is definitely outpacing the SPY and the Q. Mavis is one that, I mean, you can see my closed positions. I took a loss on some yesterday, but the remainder is fighting back today. So basically about flat on that trade. And then of course RIVN. PDD is one I like to trade when this thing gets going. It can really get going. Uh, China is doing well today. This is kind of lagging the industry. So if it get back above highs, it's going to take out that 10-period moving average. And I think this thing can really get a move. But anybody grab that Kodak today? That was a nice move there. Uh, you're right. There's no 2-minute high alert, uh, Keyshore, but there's always a workaround. And what I would do is I probably have something in here. Let me look in my cloud. I know I built some for other people. Let's change in 2 minutes race. Change in 2 minutes race. Okay, let's take a look at this 2-minute thrust. Now this would be more of a well, that's going to be a parabolic move. So you don't need it necessarily hitting a intraday high. You just want to see a 2-minute high because that you're going to see a lot. So you would need some other filters in there. Let's see. Let me read this. Way to set up a scan for 2-minute high breakouts. Oh man, yeah, but that's the problem. You'd have to have a lot of filters in there because there's going to be tons of stocks hitting a 2-minute high breakout. Um, oh, a focus list that you work off of. Okay. Wow. Yeah, that's going to be. I'm gonna have to think about that one because you're right. We don't have a 2-minute high. No, we have a 5-minute high. Might be the best if you have a watch list that you're watching is to build a top list and use the change in 2 minutes. Uh, I know you probably want to be alerted on it, but I'm just trying to. I just don't know if there's a way to do that. Uh, Thinking because change it. I mean, if we use a top list, you could have there be a 30-minute lag or 30-second lag, I should say. Yeah, yeah. So let me give you an idea of what I'm talking about. So let's say you came in here, you had a watch list, uh, and of course, if you have a watch list, all you would really need to use there's that PDD. You would just come in here and do and show column, right? And then of course, you want to put your other. You got your symbols, show column, price. Any other things you might want to put in there, relative volume is always good. You can do a change in 2 minutes already over there. Change from the close. You want to know how much it's up for the day on the day. And uh, let's go with got relative volume. Let's go with just change in 5 minutes too. Just to throw that in there too, so you can get an add a column. And I'll just I'll put so I won't have tons of stocks on there. I'll just put my China list in there. And you want to make sure you go to sort and do it by change in 2 minutes. Sometimes you got to, let's put that over here by the price. And you want to make sure when you first, even though you change that sort, you want to make sure you double click on here and get the change in 2 minutes. So that would be something, like I said, it refreshes. Let's take a look. I think they speeded up the refresh rate on this thing. Yeah, it's working a lot quicker now. I don't know if you guys have this on your dev dever. Let's see if this is popping up here. There you go. Um, but it looks to me that we have quicker refresh times. Like I said, I don't know if you guys have the same thing. Probably do. I think this may have been done a while back. So it's a quicker refresh time. So you'll see them pretty fast. Yeah, alert would be perfect, but seeing how quick this thing is moving these days, it used to refresh every 30 seconds, but now, man, it looks like it's doing it about every, if there's a change, see if it keeps going. Okay, I am definitely seeing movement about every, seems like about every 5 seconds. Of course, there's got to be some change. Yeah. I don't know how many stocks you have in your watch list, but if you did have some, if we did have a 2-minute high alert, I think it would be really active. Uh, yeah, 2-minute high breakout candle. Yeah, I mean, you can send a request in, to info at trade-ideas.com, and we can, I can pass it over to Dev and see uh, if it's something they can add. But yeah, I think this is probably going to be, because yeah, there's no way to do an alert if the earliest one we got is 5-minute high. Let me check one other thing. I don't know if you toyed around with this upward thrust in 2 minutes. You might play around with that one and just put the suddenness, I believe, let me check, is, let's take a look. This alert shows my stocks 8 period. Oh, okay. I don't know why it has to have the 8 period and its 20 period. Both been going up for each of the last 5 periods. Yeah, so this is not going to work. You're going to have some other. So that's not going to work. These are all patterns. Yeah, I don't see, other than having if you're looking for big moves, we could create something for big moves, but just to be tracking things, for a 2-minute, uh, I think this would probably be your best bet. All right, somebody else had a question back here. Let me make sure don't miss it, Michelle. I have several, but my first is an issue with setup. I followed all the steps. Am using the correct socket port. Subscribe to data. Connect. Michelle, yeah, if you would, Chris is probably our best guy when it comes to that because he's has a IB account and he knows. Now I know we got tons of people using IB, so more than likely it's something that you missed. And I know it's a lot of times it's kind of quirky. You think you may have followed all the steps, but it's probably something really like assigning the account. You got to do that not only in the brokerage plus down here, okay, but you also have to do it in your strategies. You have to sign, and you probably have already done that. But if you will, if you want to go to either send an email or if you want to come into our online chat, Chris can probably, help you with that. He's usually good about getting people set up, and we can have you, send your support files in, and we can take a look at them to see what's doing wrong. But okay, looks like you may have had to hop off. I don't even know if you hear me anymore. All right, sorry, talking with Steve. I guess Steve sent her over here. Sorry, typing to Steve real quick. Spies continue to go higher. Michael Anthony says dish looking good. Let's take a look. Yeah, dish. One I'd love to have caught right there. Above that kind of about a 5, 6 day high there. That would have been nice. Looking strong though. Oh, it is info. I'm typing it in there. Trade-ideas.com. Yeah, you can send that request in. It'll definitely be sent to our developers, and typically we need to get a few requests. But if it's something that's not too difficult to do, we could hopefully get around to it. Yeah, yeah, I can't see any workaround as far as creating something without having some sort of you know parabolic move or. All right, what's old Gurr doing? Yeah, it's got its fast line creeping higher. Let's see what happens when it gets there. But Huge move, 147%. I don't think I'm going to get much more out of that. I can see this thing pretty much closing with that setup. That's weird. My charts have been just great all day, but something about this StreamYard, when I get on it, it starts to slow down. Take a look at the big boys. The big boys haven't been doing a lot lately. Nvidia's setting up there nicely. Amazon, they're all kind of setting up. Shop's a little bit under its moving averages there. AMD under its pinch there. Tesla, Apple, yeah. Big boys aren't. It's mostly some small caps today making a move. All right. You're welcome. You're welcome, Kishore. I wish I could have been more help, but it's just not really doable. All right, let's take a look at the averages real quick. Just buy kind of right in the middle of this. If it's call it a like a 10-day range there. Qs, kind of that same look in the Qs, setting up. Don't want to be short yet, that's for sure. Well, it doesn't mean you can't be short some stocks, but the overall iTub alert. Yeah, probably not something I want to mess with on a Friday afternoon, but maybe put an alert in there just in case. Okay, thank you, Kishore. Lithium, I got stopped out of half my position yesterday, but fighting back. Some of those other ones doing. What is it? Charge point. We had a hard time getting going. EBGO, a decent day. Hufin. Yeah, that's a nice little move there. So I put alert. What was it on? Was it IQ the other day? That was looking good at one time on the daily. Yeah, but fell back. It was looking good over here, like it was getting above those moving averages. Kind of breaking out of a wedge, but fell back down. Yeah, these China stocks have been tough lately, but it looks like they're trying. I like this YMM with a decent move. Trying to maybe get up and have a date with its 200 day. I don't know why this box is something quirky in our beta version. Let's see. I think Momo looks pretty interesting too. Hold on just a minute. Yeah, Momo doesn't look bad. I mean, in the lower portion of its lifetime range, that's for sure. But oh, look at this massive kind of big cup and handle, possibly. Got alert there if it does trade above that several month high. Of course, Baba's having a good day today, up 8%. Didn't want to chase that this morning. It looks like I probably should have. All right, this PDD is got an average of 69.32, I think. And just might buy some more. Beat been trying to been in this thing for forever, for about a month now, and then you can see I've closed out, some decent positions and then buy it back. I kept a core position, and but boy, this, been trying to get above this $3 level now for 3 days. Hopefully can do it. Low float, 13 million or 19 million, I should say. If that's correct, I think there was some discrepancy about that though. EH had a nasty pullback. Let me stick an alert in there. Boy, OIH is a strong sector today. I just don't like swinging oil. It's like swinging gold, man. You wake up one morning and just the commodity is gapping way down. Are you trying to go to highs? All right, boy, the spies looks like they're running into their 5 day. If I pull this up, got to keep an eye on this. And there is your 5 day moving average. Not only that, you do have a kind of a level right here. So Boy, if it can push through there, I'd be shocked on a Friday, but we'll see. It's strong. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Felipe. Yeah, it's so you get the just the newsletter, or do you also have the software where you can watch the channel? Obviously, if you're saying great channel, you're on the software where you can be a part of the swing pick. So yeah, that those can be some really great picks. Take a look at the trader's eye too. I'll put every morning before the bell. There'll be a list of stocks that are on my watch list, uh, and I'll do a video in the morning that goes out on our uh, Trade Ideas TV Twitter. That next looking good. Liking this. I mean, the CCP. It's a boring company, but if it was forming a nice little wedge here and it gapped up this morning, but obviously couldn't hold it. Uh, Probably more of a kind of a it's more of a dividend type play, pays a big dividend. Coca-Cola Europe basically is what it is, but I do like the wedge it's building in that, and you can keep an eye on that one. This is one of those stocks that if the market sells off, it'll probably start ripping because people will be going into safe havens. Okay, okay, yeah, got it, Felipe. Yeah, those are some really nice picks. They got a nice track record for sure. Yeah, Neo's backing up on me. I keep it tight on this Neo because I don't have the same faith in it as I do Lee. Lee is probably the better of the three. Uh, Spies just shot through, just incredible. The crazy strength in this market. Just when you think maybe tiring out, okay, let's see if any volume comes in this. A little bit of volume coming in as it goes to highs. See two schools of thought here. A lot of people would not buy this until it cleared yesterday's high. Then it'd be above this 10 period moving average. I'm one that likes to anticipate a little bit, get in early, and then that way you're kind of playing with house's money. If it does go, you got a nice little early entry. You can add to it if you want to get really loaded up on it. Kind of what I did with Neo there too, kind of anticipating. Like instead of people who bought it through yesterday's highs getting nervous now that, oh man, I'm gonna get out of this thing. It's not gonna follow through. Now I got a little bit better price because I'm anticipating. And nothing wrong with anticipating. But if you are wrong, sometimes you can be early and you got to get out. They don't follow through. Yeah, yeah, we have this trading room every day. Barry pretty much runs it. Uh, Market open. I think 30 minutes before the bell opens up. Mostly talking about momentum plays. There he's more day trader, and then we'll one of the traders here will take over for an hour to anybody that has questions about the software, or we're all long time traders, so you can get some ideas about swing picks as well. This Mavis. I'm gonna have to cut this. I thought this thing would go. See, this is one that took out tickled yesterday's high, but now it's failing, and not crazy about that. So bear with me a little bit here. And I won't get out of all of it. I'll just get out of because in this case, I was in it at a better price, and then I bought more as it went through highs, and now it's failing. So when it does that, I usually trim back. I'll give it a little bit, but not too much. Let me set another alert down here in case it wants to go lower. Yeah, Felipe, it's a good good channel to pop in, and we'll definitely share some ideas. Okay, see if this lead can follow through a little bit. Spies continue to go, and let's take a look. I'm sure IWM is probably popping too. Yeah. How about S? Are you talking about Centennial One? Is that the one you're talking about, Michael? I have an alert on this one. You can see I stuck an alert a few days ago. That's a key level there. If it gets back above this, call it 1570, big pivot level. You can see it tried there for like, oh wow, almost 2 weeks, and then so if it does get above that, it could be explosive. If that's the one you're talking about, but right now, no, I wouldn't have any interest. That's not one. That's not one I would anticipate on the way it's trading right now. Sure, it could. Thing could. Anytime you have a, a level of resistance like that, if it gets through, it can be really explosive. So I guess was this earnings June? Yeah, I guess that was earnings that day. So fought back, gapped down, fought back nicely, like a lot of them did, like crowd strike, like a type. It's kind of one on the radar too. I got if it gets back above this 20 period moving average, I think it okay. Think it could go. All right, PDD, you starting to get in motion here. K Web continues to move higher. And Lee, not a whole lot of resistance for you not to go to yesterday's high, but that would be asking an awful lot. Yep, this is one where they don't do what you're expecting them to do. I just have very little patience. Gosh, dang, you can't stop that thing, man. Very ribbon. And yeah, that's one reason I bought Neo at 86 is like 986. I'm thinking, man, if ribbon keeps going, it's gotta maybe give this goose to these other, especially these China ones. Now, a lot of those ones, I'm not sure I would jump in lucid for a sympathy play, although it is going to highs. This is one I think if Riven does turn and starts pulling back, it's going to probably get hammered. It's just not as fundamentally sound, in my opinion. Not that I really trade off fundamentals, but still, it's an ugly downtrend, which Riven was too until a few days ago. So So laser doing. That's one that had a big short interest that could possibly get going. Hard one to trade though. KHC. Yeah, you know what? I think it's been a while, but it was actually setting up some. I think it was right over here. I can't remember where it was, but I sat in it forever and nothing happened. And I finally took a very small loser. Yeah, that's one. It's one of those. If the market, like I said, if the market rolls over and you got a nice juicy dividend that'll pay, you could probably buy it. But with everything moving right now in the tech sector and the small caps, I just don't know. Beyond one step beyond. Oh, nice little move today. What's Carvana doing? Big short interest. Nice day. Steve mentioned Groupon to me earlier, which, yeah, you might want to keep an eye on this thing if it gets above this level. Give me a little early look. He has a short interest, one that he follows. There you go, Neo. Poke your little head up. PPC. Pilgrim's Pride, isn't it? Yeah, not bad. Not bad. It's still in a downtrend. You got to keep that in the back of your mind. Okay. But that's a pretty decent pivot level right there around 22, popping above. Uh, it's one of those ones that if you do take a chance on something like this, it's in a downtrend. If it rolls back over and like gets back below this 20 period, I'd be quickly get out. Uh, all right, Mavis. Hopefully that was a little head fake down. You pop back up. Yeah, I don't mind if you have a reason for playing. I do that all the time, playing these stocks that are, kind of in a long-term downtrend, but you have to have a reason uh, why you're jumping in. Yeah, hopefully this Neo would like to go back up here to its 200 day. Yeah, decent dividend. Yeah, these food stocks, those are ones to keep an eye. Keep those in the back of your mind, Michael, because a lot of times what you'll see is, if the markets kind of roll over and get sleepy, these can be some really great places to jump into, and because be a flight to safety kind of stuff, where just stable companies that just pay a good dividend, probably not going to get a whole lot of uh, appreciation, but they can have some nice pops at times in the right market. And Baba has got a little wow, berries wow going over there. Now, what you want to keep an eye on anytime you're playing these sympathy moves, probably not for me because I'm more of a swing trader, but like, if you're playing Lucid or uh, maybe even Neo or Lee, based upon Ripping like it is, you want to keep an eye on the leader, which is Ribbon. If it, for any reason, it's just all of a sudden starts getting hammered, there's very likely that he's going to pull back too. Take a look at that. Hey, boy, that NIR, I'm not sure. Look at this thing. Near intelligence. Look at that volume today. It's crazy. For those that like, sub $2 stocks. It throw an alert up there just for giggles, and it takes it out. Maybe maybe one to watch. Probably not today, but maybe next coming days. You always got to pay attention to that kind of volume. But I like I like to see what happens after that volume day. Can't assume anything. I mean, it could give it all back up before the day ends.
Andrew.
Hey, Barry.
Now, why did you say that Riven is going to give it all up?
No, 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 no.
That's what you said. I heard you. I heard you say that Riven is probably going to give it all up.
No, no.
So,
I was looking at. I was talking about the stock I just pulled up.
no, no,
The
no. This is earlier. This is earlier.
No, no. I said keep an eye on it, because if it does start showing weakness and you're playing sympathy plays, those sympathy plays can get hit pretty
Yes.
hard. So yeah.
So, out of interest, I'm just noticing here, if you pull up, well, you'd have to click on an alert to get the red line. So if you have a Riven anywhere, click on the alert, and you'll see there is a red line, and it's at about 25.60, and that is the next high looking left, and that is, I think, back in December of 22.
Okay.
So I have just
Let's
taken
see.
some off. I've just taken some off in case
Okay.
it can't get through that. Do you see? Do you see that red line?
You know what? I don't, because I don't have it on a regular
Oh,
alert.
I see. Okay.
You know what?
Okay.
I take that back. Let me go to my this one right here. But
Yeah, it shows up on a weekly chart. Well, shows up on a daily, weekly, and a monthly chart. The red line. I'm finding it helpful actually. Actually, on a 15-minute chart too. It's showing up everywhere. As long as you click on an alert, that red
okay,
line is
I just
telling me where
did.
the next high is,
I just did.
and so it's really close. I think it's, if I'm eyeballing it, it looks like around 25.60.
Huh? I'm clicking on my extreme volume high-low pro, and
Now, is that a top list or
no, it's a multi-strategy new high. So yeah,
really?
let me try this other alert. Let me check. Let me do my other charts real quick.
All right. Not in HTML charts. Maybe that's it. I'm not using the HTML
Oh,
charts.
there it is. You're right. So it got through that one, and
Hmm.
let me see if I can find a more recent, because should be able to find one, unless the volume wasn't there. Yeah, but you know what? Let me just zoom back. I believe you. There it is. Got through that one, and so you're saying what, around what price?
I'm eyeballing it. It looks like 25, around 25.60. And if
Okay,
I scroll back on the daily chart, and that is December of 2022. So over a year ago.
there we go. Yeah. Okay, I see you. I see you right there. 2650. Yep, I got it. Uh,
Yeah.
yeah, that's crazy. But you know what? It's just one. I mean, this thing could actually go to this pivot level right over here.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
easy. Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm looking left on the.
Yep.
I didn't see that week. I didn't see that line before. So I'd always been looking at this 20, almost the 28 level,
Mm.
27.91, which is the next high on the
Mm-hmm.
weekly
Mm-hmm.
chart. And
Mm-hmm.
so
Gotcha.
we're right there. We're right there now. 25.53,
Yeah.
right there. So this is not going to have a pullback today, Andy.
Let's take, not only that, let's take a look at the weekly volume bar. Look at that.
Hmm. And remember,
That's
this is a
nice.
short week.
Yep.
So that's only three and a
I'm
half
I'm
days.
riding this back to all-time highs, man.
Which was what? Back in like 40
Oh
or?
gosh, like 179.
Oh, I got to get a monthly chart up. Take a look at that. Oh,
That's,
yeah, man. There was a
yeah.
monthly high of 179. Yeah, 178, 179. Yeah. Back in, when
That
was
would be
that?
nice.
That
That
was
was in,
November of
yeah.
21.
Wow.
Wow, was right. So, yeah, because when you look at the position in lifetime range, it's at 8.3%.
Yeah, yeah,
So it
exactly.
looks like,
Crazy.
oh, yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. Well, I'm with you. Maybe I'll just keep a few shares and I'll write it
There
up
you
to
go.
180. Okay.
There you go. There you go.
Okay,
I'm
my
going
friend,
to,
I will take
yeah.
over the stream.
All right, Barry.
Have a great weekend.
Yeah, you do the same. Have a good one,
And
buddy.
we'll talk to you Monday. Bye-bye.
Everybody, have a good weekend. We'll see you.
All right, guys, I'm now back in the rooms. And Andy and I were just talking about Riven here, guys. So, yeah, I mean, I'm in this one on that 24 break. This was the key right there. Where was it, Riven? Where are you, Riven? Right there. See that 24.17 at 10:02? Now, remember, after that happened, it really broke down. And then I just waited and waited and waited to see if I could get back over the 24, got back up to that 24.17 area. Said, okay, well, do it. And so now when we look left, that red line there, now that red line will show up if you click on an alert. Okay, you have to click on an alert. If you type the symbol in, you won't see it, but that is telling me that's where the next high is on the daily chart. Okay, that's what that is telling me. So as I was saying to Andy, I took some off just in case it cannot break it. I think that is 25.60-ish, and it got right there. So I've taken some off. I may hold this. I may hold it in terms of a swing, but I don't know. I'm up at like almost $1.50 on it. So you know me. But what a day, guys. I mean, this is just, the option scanner has just gone crazy. A little too many alerts probably, but you know what? I mean, this has been helped by the SPY, guys. I mean, there's no question with the SPY move, euphoria back in for the day anyway. Yeah, I was looking at this PWM. I mean, this PWM, 1440 now, and running. It's funny because they launched yesterday to really no fanfare. I think 1 million shares. The IPO price was 5, closed just a little bit above it. So you wouldn't have thought that it would have this enthusiasm today. But wow, Like that's a big wow. 189%. And also the volume. I mean, 14 million. And this is a China stock. I see there was a question just before I went on, or just after I went on break. So I get my news from IB. Who asked that question? Yeah, things to do in Hawaii. If you're still in the room, I get my news through IB, Interactive Brokers. I just use this headline, and there goes Prestige Wealth pause due to volatility. So I'm still in the castle, guys, just waiting to see if it can really bust out. Or continue to bust out. I mean, look at this 2289, 23-ish is the next high looking left. So there is still a little bit of room. Look at Hawaiian Holdings. Wow. I mean, this is now I actually put up Jets, and Jets is doing the same thing. So this is the only airline that's showing up having an abnormal option activity day. But I'm sure all of the airlines are going to look like this. Let's just take a look at DAL, Delta. And imagine Delta's not going to be doing the same thing. And the reason it's not showing up, a lot of option volume, but look at the option volume percent. It's only 105%. So it's only basically trading on the average that is done over 10 days, whereas HA is not. That's why I'm saying, guys, if you're looking for a stock, that's why I love this option scanner. I mean, you can look at, I mean, there's no, you can trade Delta, no problem trading Delta or United Airlines. I'm sure they're all going to look the same. It has to because of Jets. Take a look at the ETF for the airlines, Jets. I mean, that looks like Hawaiian. Boom, look at that. But if you're looking for the airline that is having an abnormal trading day, it's HA. And compare that chart to Delta, United Airlines, I'm sure American, or any other airline you want to pick. I'm sure this is going to look sensational compared to the other ones, even though the other ones are up. So again, the option scanner is just another way to zero in on stocks that are having abnormal activity, be it options or just relative volume. But look at that, the relative, see, that's interesting to me. The relative volume is not insane. It's only 3, but the option volume is 14 times, you know? Well, not too many today, Trade. Are you talking about where to find potential shorts? Trader Global 21? Well, if you look at my momentum down, I mean, on the day we're having, even though the market started off, a little slow, on a day like today, there is nothing in my momentum down as potential shorts. Nothing. There's nothing here, the 10-day daily breakdowns, nothing that I'd be looking at. The only thing I'd be looking at is, some of these ones that have just moved so much. I mean, if you're a bit of a, somebody who likes to see stocks that maybe are finally gone too parabolic and want to short them, maybe. But as a pure short versus the pure momentum ups, look at the option plays. Everything in red and red, everything in blue and green means potential long trade. and we only had anything in brown and yellow, potential shorts, and that was it. So today, to me, is just not a day, other than trying to maybe find a top and something that's gone a little bit parabolic. That's the only thing I can think of. But as far as a real short, not really. Not today, anyway. Yesterday, yes. Definitely have to pick your days. Well, anything you see here is unusual. You know, it's abnormal. Abnormal option activity, abnormal relative volume. You know, I mean, I mean, I can share some of my scanners with you, but you know, anything you see here is abnormal. Abnormal meaning it has, you know, a minimum here of 3 in terms of the relative volume, but also abnormal option activity. This one is abnormal, very abnormal, because it has an 8 relative volume. So yeah, I can show you where you can find those. Now, what you can do, yeah, PGRE is on. It's on there. Kodak is on there. You too, Felipe. Have a great weekend. If you're gone, excuse me. Okay, so I just put in my homepage link, and this is what you're going to see. You'll be at the top here. Scroll down until you see the scan section. So here are the scans that I'm sharing. So this dock momentum up and down, that's this one. And as I said, nothing in here all day. This is a pure momentum scan. It's very much like this. It just has a slightly different presentation, but you'll see the same symbols. There's a 10-day daily breakout and down, nothing in the down. Okay. You can try upside movers versus downside movers, I suppose. That is a compare count window. That will show you some stocks that are moving down, I guess. I don't have it up and running. Now, the other thing you can do, I have no idea what sort of alerts you get, but if you load this momentum scan, you know how to flip? You know how to flip the strategy? Okay, so let's just do this. I'll load that. Okay, I'll show you. It's just a time saver. But let me just load that. I'm going to click on the momentum. Okay, so now there may be some differences. You may not get exactly the same symbols here. I can't remember. I might have changed some filters a bit. Yeah, 2%. I'm not really sure if I changed anything, but this is what I was saying in terms of a flip. So if you wanted to see virtually the same type of momentum except down, okay. So if I right click, first of all, you duplicate the window, assuming a person still wants to see this window. So you duplicate the window. So of course it's still there. Now, I right click, configure, and I click on summary. So this is what this is looking for. Stock is between $1 and $100. Current volume is 300,000 shares minimum. This is what gives it the momentum. Volume in the last minute, 1,000%, 400% in 5 minutes. Now, the only thing that can be, well, the two things that can be flipped. The price is up 2% from the previous close. If we use this flip, that'll flip to 2% below, and also the new high will turn into new low. Don't believe me? Watch. So I flip, see how the new high now turned into new low, and now it's down 2%. Okay? And so if you wanted that, that's just the momentum on the way down. So then you would just give it another name so you know it's a different. All right. Okay? So here's OP as an example. Okay? Well, this is increasing volume. Okay? These are all increasing volume. Okay? This is all on increasing volume because of the filter I have here. You know, the volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal. And in 5 minutes, 400% of normal. So normally when you would click on an alert you get, you will see a volume spike. Now I only have 15-minute charts up, but if I had a 2-minute chart or a 5-minute chart up or a 1 minute, I don't trade those time frames. You would see a volume spike. Okay. Oh yeah. I mean, I can't speak. Listen, I'm not going to. I mean, Thinkorswim is a fine broker, but I mean, we are a scanner, a real-time scanner. And you can set up your own scenarios. I mean, this is what I like to see, but we've got all sorts of. These are all the real-time alerts that we've got. Now, I almost exclusively just want to see stocks making new highs or new lows for the day, but there are so many more, all sorts of different trading styles, of course. And then down here, these are all the filters that we have so that you can whittle, the universe of stocks down to a manageable number. In other words, most people will have some kind of a price range they want to trade. It's not between 1 and 10,000. Okay. For me, I like to trade, in some scans, 1 to 30, some maybe 1 to 50, as an example. Some, you can have a minimum volume that you have to see, things like that. So that's where you use the filters, the screening aspect, and to get it down to a manageable number. And then you pick whatever real-time alert you want. And I almost exclusively just use real-time or new highs, new lows of the day. But I could pick a new 5-minute high, a new 5-minute low, 10-minute high, 10-minute low. I could do different things. I just choose not to. Okay, thank you for that. Dust. So again, you want any one of my scans? Yeah, I can help you on there, Amar. If you want any one of my scans that I am currently sharing, I do change them up from time to time, but you have a good weekend, Dak. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, okay, if you click on my homepage link, you'll be at the top here. All you have to do is scroll down a bit. Scroll down a bit, and here are the scans that I'm sharing. Okay, the click here. That's where I loaded the Momo. There's the doc momentum up and down. These are the option scanning that I like to see. This is just the don't repeat version of this. And all the don't repeat means is that I'm only going to see the stock one time here. The very first time it met all the filter requirements. It'll tell me the time it happened and the price, and I can kind of go back and see, well, what happened from there? This will tell me over and over every time it makes a new high or low. The one that you see, okay? So that's what don't repeat means. And as always, if you decide you want to take out a subscription, I appreciate it if you use my homepage. Go to my homepage, click on that link, use my code. This is a free room. It helps the room to remain free. Okay. Take a look at RGF just for fun here. And this might be, I mean, this might be a way in which you want to see the momentum scans as opposed to this. I mean, it's up to you. There will be some differences. Usually these symbols will be about the same. There's the castle, and there's the castle here. The reason why we're seeing this and not, I must have a filter in here that's preventing this from showing here. The way this is grouped here, this is just, again, another way to present the data. I right click, and you don't have to remember all this, okay? I'm not trying to teach people, everything about trade ideas, just giving you an overview. We have a great guide that you can take a look at. But if I go to the property section and then the view mode, and you'll see it says group and sort by instead of newest first. Newest first is like this. Newest first will just show you the symbol every time it made a new high. Look at castle, 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 every time it made a new high. Notice that we see it. There it was at the 2088 at 115. There it is, 2088 at 115 plus 19 seconds, the same, right? So the way this is displayed is that you'll see it every time it makes a new high in the time. You just won't see it in a continuous list. So if Castle makes another new high later on, you'll see it right at the top here, or anything else makes a new high. It's right there. To my scanner, it's right there, okay? Trader Global, right here. And then just go click on my homepage link, scroll down to the scan section. Homepage link, you'll be right at the top here. Scroll down to the scan section. Here they are. But this is my style of trading, of course. There are no pullbacks in here. Okay, Amar, can you show me today how to set up close to the pre-market high? Did you ask me that yesterday? I can't remember. I know somebody asked me. Actually, a couple of people asked me that yesterday. But first of all, before I continue, you asked that question at 116. It is now 122. Are you still there? And can you see my screen before I continue? Before I do that, I just have to fill up my water jug. Okay, just give me a moment. And I'm back. Look at the caribou, boy. There's what a day today. I mean, compared to yesterday and the day before, where personally I found it very kind of dead. I mean, there were the odd things that were moving, of course, but this is more widespread today. So Amar, are you still in the room before I show you how to do it? Amar, the question in the YouTube room: how to show stocks that are near the pre-market highs. Boy, look how that worked on the Riven, guys. Remember, I was just saying, yes, I'm still in it, but I did sell a chunk of it just because of this. Ah, that red line has disappeared now. Okay, there was a red line up here at about 25.50. Okay, and that was showing me where the next high was on the daily chart. If I back it up right there. Okay, it was right about there. No, right there. No, it was somewhere. I know it was somewhere. Must have been right. It was right there, right on that day, right there. Yeah, 12/16, 12/14, 22. Yeah, December 14th of 22. And so there was a red line right across, and that gave me some pause. And that's why I said, you know what, you better get rid of some. And so that's what I did. Oh, I'm not an investment advisor like that, trader. I mean, you have to have your own trading plan. I mean, it's pulling back. 2408 is the VWAP. I mean, let's see how far down it gets. Yeah, I'm not going to say yes, it's now time to buy for sure. I mean, remember, I'm in a lot earlier, so I can hang on through this pullback, but I also sold a bunch right up here. So now Steve Gomez is a big user. That orange line that you see here is the 10 SMA. And he is a big, strong user of this 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart. So when a stock gets into that, he waits to see what happens. Does it bounce off it? Does it provide support? Now, that's not necessarily my style, but I did add this just to see. My specs on the SPY. There are no specs on the SPY. It's just the SPY. What do you mean? I don't understand what you mean, the specs. This is just the SPY? Maybe I'm misunderstanding what you mean, Duskus. Yeah, well, I mean, it's just the SPY though. There's no specs on it. It's just whatever the SPY is doing with it, so there's obviously no filters or anything. It's just what the SPY is doing. All right, guys. So it is now 1:28. So what I'm going to do now is it shouldn't be more than 10 minutes, probably sooner, but I do a video. So what time is it now? 1:28, say 1:29. So I'm going to say I'll be back no later than 1:39. Should be earlier, but just in case I have some technical issues. Okay, so I'll put myself on mute now. All right, guys, I'm back. Now, so Amar in our YouTube room asked, how can we see stocks that are close to the pre-market high? Okay, so this is the key filter. And I would use a top list window. Okay, so let's just do it right from scratch. So I'm going to click on New Top List. Okay, and I'm going to, let's see what I've got in here. I'm going to get rid of that filter. So right now we're just looking, I have very few filters in here, stocks between 5 and 35. Of course, I'll give this to you and you can adjust the price range. You can adjust this volume, okay, if you want. But this is what I would do. Click on search. Click on, just start typing in pre, okay? And position in pre-market range, okay? There's the filter, percent. Click on that. You could add the filter. Now, this is where the experimentation comes in. I'll put 95 and 99 here. So what this is going to show me are stocks within 1% to 5% of the pre-market high, okay? You can experiment, but minimum of 95, so that's within 5% of the pre-market high, 99 within 1%, okay? I would also add it as a column. Just a second here. Yeah, I would also add it as a column. See if it's here. Yeah, we have probably too many columns here that you don't care about. So let me just. I'll keep those in, and we'll add that as a column though. And I'll show you why I'm doing that. I'm going to give this a name. Close to pre-market high. Okay. See what we get here. Okay, so here we've got, now this is what I would sort on this column. Now, if you don't want this little graphical presentation, okay, this is actually going to show you the actual percentage. Okay, so let's make sure this is right. Let me get rid of my. So this, of course, is the long. Let me. Whoops. See, look what happened. Just all of a sudden. I made a mistake here. Nope. Okay. So remember now, this is going to update every 30 seconds. Okay, this is a top list window. So when you look at the pre-market high for SNN, the pre-market high was 20, looks like 29.94. And you can see it just, well, it broke above it, but now it's just below it. That's why it's showing up as an example. Okay. Now, there. So I'm going to sort on this column, double left click. So I'm going to see the ones, is that right? See MPS? You see what's happened. Yeah. Because it was way above, but now it is just at the pre-market high as an example. So if you use this early enough, I mean, right now it's kind of, I don't want to say irrelevant. You might get some late breakers, but if you use this early enough, you'll catch them. You would have caught CMPS right here as it broke above the pre-market high of, or was close to the pre-market high of 1020. See, what's happened is, sure, it broke way above it, but now it's just a little bit below it. It's almost at that pre-market high. But remember, this is getting updated every 30 seconds. Now, the other way to try it is to have all the same filters and maybe show stocks making a new 5-minute high. Okay. as an alert. So you'll actually get an alert. So it has not broken above the pre-market high, but it's made a new 5-minute high, if that makes sense. But I can give this to you. This is a start. Let's take a look, make sure it is working. Yeah, I mean, there's the figs. Figs made a, yeah, it's right at, I mean, you can tell it's right at, I mean, 98%. It's right at the pre-market high. So the other way you can do it is when you get these, when you see these in a top list window, you can just, make a price alert, put a price alert, and that'll actually tell you when it breaks the pre-market high. I would put it maybe just a little bit above the pre-market high if you want, create a price alert. So there it is, just a little bit above the pre-market high. So if FIGS gets up to 765, you'll know. How does all that sound? And you can see there's the range, 95.9 to 98.9. You'll see nothing less than 95 here and nothing more than 99 here. And if you wanted to tighten it up even more, of course, you could raise that 95 to 97. Okay, does that, do you want me to give you this, or you want to just construct it on your own? You can always pause it also. If you right click, you could freeze it to have a longer look. You can right click the top list window and freeze it for a while, take a look, and then you just unfreeze it. Okay, guys. Well, I am, what time is it now? 1:43. So again, I'll probably be shutting down around 3. I'll always stay later if there are questions, but I'll probably shut down around 3. And get ready for 2 months of no market holidays. You sure you guys didn't sneak one in August somehow? That's what we did in Canada. We created this fictitious one. I think we called it, I think it was called BC Day. I think all the provinces, So you can see, so if you're wondering what this is all about, this opera, I was demonstrating to somebody early on. They were wondering how to use the simulator. So I was just demonstrating how to use it. So we took this opera at 25.23. We put a stop in at 24.92. It hit the stop, okay? And you can see that obeying that stop, how important it is, because it is now 59 cents below that stop. So if you'd gotten, again, was only in the simulator. You know what? Now that it's sort of settled down a little bit, I will do a little bit of showing people, well, how I trade in terms of money management. Let's take CRBU as an example. Okay, I'm not saying I would take this trade right now, but I just want to use it as an example. So CRBU is going to show up here. The spread is only a penny. I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to go in at the market. It's only a 1 cent spread, so send. So it's going to take this trade probably at 731. There you go, 731. I'm going to put a stop at 711. Okay. I'll explain why I'm doing this. So first of all, the way I trade is that I will have a checklist. And my checklist is basically mental now. I've been doing this a long time. But I'll have a checklist. And unless I can check every box, I'm not going to take the trade. Most of the things are already checked because I'm not going to see a stock outside of the price range I like. And it's going to have the minimum volume that I need. It's going to have the relative volume that I need. And quite frankly, it doesn't matter what mine are. You have to develop your own style, of course. But because I have a certain price range I like, that doesn't mean that's going to be yours. But so just in general, I'll have a checklist. Everything is checked. When I get an alert, the first thing I do, click on it. I look left. Does it have room? And when I say room, does it have room to go until it hits the next high? And if I feel it does with the proper risk reward, let me explain the risk reward. So in this particular case, I got into this trade at 731. Now, understand that all this is mapped out before I take the trade. I click the alert. I check to see where the next high is, certainly on the daily chart and then the weekly chart if I can't see it on the daily. I know where my stop is going to be. So in this case, I put a 20-cent stop, okay, just to make the math easy. So I know where my stop, I know if I get into the trade, that is where I want to be out of the trade. Okay, again, this is just a sample, okay, an example. And where I put my stop, typically I will size up maybe a 15-minute chart, no less than a 5-minute chart. I'll kind of size up where I think there is a support area. And if it breaks down through that support area, I want to be out of the trade. So it's not that, my stop is 10 cents or 20 cents or a certain percentage every time. It's based on some science. Now, if I were starting out, I would probably maybe use the low of the previous 5-minute candle because that's a definite number. My idea where I think support is on a chart might not be the same as anybody else's, okay? But for sure, the low of the previous 5-minute candle is a defined number. And if I were probably starting out new trading, that's probably what I would do, practice in our simulator. So let's take this case though. I put a 20-cent stop on it, or I knew before I would take this trade, I would say, well, if it doesn't work, I want to be out 20 cents away. Now the next step is I look left. Does it have enough room to keep moving until I see the next high? If that next high was say 10 cents away, I wouldn't take the trade. I'm not going to risk 20 cents to make 10 cents, okay? I have to have a minimum of a 1 for 2 risk reward. So if I'm going to risk 20 cents on the trade, I have to be able to look left and see that the next high has to be at least 40 cents away. 20-cent risk, I need to get a 1 for 2. So I need to have a reasonable expectation of getting 40 cents on the trade. Some of you might think that's too low. It should be 3 to 1. That's fine. However you want to trade, that's your plan. Okay. So I will not take the trade. That's what you'll hear me say many times. I get an alert. I look left. I think, I think there's too much resistance nearby, so I don't take the trade. Now, sometimes it doesn't matter what I think. It goes right through that resistance area. Well, that's fine. But that is my plan. That's my trading style and plan. Okay. So that's the big thing is knowing where your stop is going to be, because not every trade is going to work, of course. So you have to have a price you're going to get out. And then, of course, you have to have a reasonable expectation, in my opinion, of making at least a 1-for-2 risk reward. So that establishes a few things. But the next thing that is established, well, how many shares are you going to take? Now, this is where, is going to be based on your account size. Now, if you've got a $5,000 account, I hope it makes sense. So you should not be risking $1,000 a trade. So in the simulator, I like demonstrating a risk of $100 a trade. Now, if you're going to ask me, well, what should I be risking on a $5,000 account? There's some that say no more than 2% a trade, 1% a trade. I'm not going to exactly tell you. I mean, you can go online. You can, there's all sorts of theories out there. You get some opinions in the room. Okay. But in the simulator, I'm risking $100 a trade. And the way I trade is I try to keep my risk amount about the same every trade. So in other words, I'm not risking $1,000 one trade, 500 the next, 50 to the next, within reason. I mean, if I'm looking at where I got in and where my stop is, and I try to calculate on the fly, maybe one risk might be 100, one might be 120, one might be 80. I'm not going to get too hung up on it, but I try to. In the simulator, it's easy enough, to keep it $100. So if you understand, so that is why I took 500 shares. That's why I try to make the math super simple. Yeah, I see FIGs just broke out over the pre-market high a little bit. So I try to keep the math super simple for you. So that's why I put a 20-cent stop, because if I'm risking $100 a trade, if I divide 20 cents into $100, you get 500 shares. So I'm not taking the same number of shares every trade. How many shares I'll take will be determined by my entry minus my stop. It's not always going to be 20 cents. It could be 10 cents. Okay, in which case I would take 1,000 shares. It could be 17 cents. Okay, I mean, you can set up an Excel spreadsheet with your constant value that you're going to risk per trade, and then you just input your entry and your stop price, and it'll automatically calculate up how many shares you take. Okay. The next thing is to obey your stops. Now, first of all, you should practice in the simulator until you can make money in the simulator. Just forget about trying to make money live. Okay. Now, unfortunately, just if you can make money in the simulator, it doesn't 100% translate to making money when you're trading live. There are other factors, and with slippage and maybe some commission, though. Commission. I think we factor in $1 or something. I think in here, so that shouldn't be an issue. But the problem that can be, though, is that when you're in a simulator, no problem getting out of a trade, or allowing you to stop out automatically, like I was with the Opera. Okay, it's not your money. But all of a sudden, when you start trading your real money, then things become a little more interesting. Sometimes you try to convince yourself, even though you've been practicing in a simulator for 2, 3, 4, 6 months, whatever, now you're feeling comfortable. Sometimes it's really difficult to convince yourself to get out of a trade that you just feel has to work. One of the reasons I take a trade is not news. That to me is bonus. But so you get into a trade, the whole room's talking about it. It looks really excellent, has great news. You're able to check every box, and plus it had great news, and it doesn't work. It's starting to drift down to your stop. And so that's when you start to second guess. You say, well, you know what? This is so good, it's got to work. So I'm not going to obey my stop. And so instead of having a manageable $100 loss, it starts turning into 2, 3, 4, 5, 600, whatever, until you start to sweat and you just get out of your trade, and you kick yourself for not obeying your stop. That's scenario number one. And I know you guys have been in the room long enough. You know what I'm going to say? Almost as worse or as bad is not obeying your stop. You're down $200, $300, $400, $500, and then it does turn around because you thought it might, and now you're up $200, $300, $400, and you say, "Oh, thank goodness I didn't obey my stop." Can that happen? Of course it can. Okay, but in my experience, You know, when I didn't know anything about stops, so way back when, if somebody had hammered that point home to me, it would have saved me a lot of anguish. I just think it's very good money. You can always get back into the trade. I mean, because commissions are so cheap. I mean, when I started trading, I mean, commissions were, you could spend two, three, four, $500 in and out. In 500, out 500. I mean, it was, and then, there was no online brokers or anything like that. And so, it was tough to get in and out of a trade because your commissions would kill you. Now there's no excuse. So you can always get back in. So for all the reasons you got into the trade the first time, and maybe you were just a little bit early, maybe the market turned on you a little bit. Maybe it was a little more market dependent than you thought. Maybe the market turned on you a little bit, and so you got taken out. But maybe it comes back later on. Yeah, well, now, yeah, the commission is always smaller than the potential loss. That's a good way to indicate it. Yes. Okay, so that's it, guys. That's my comments about money management at all. But I would really, really hammer the point home: practice first before you commit money to the market. Trading is not easy. Boy, look at this initial alert for Caribou at 11 o'clock. 679 was the alert, and it got up to 740. Wow, it's a big move. There's the high at 151, 740. Now this one just showed up. Griffs. So I'm not wild about this. I'm not wild about this because if I look left, the next low is now, it depends where I put my stop, of course, but I mean, the next low is around 890. So that's about 23 cents away. So, I mean, yes, if I had a stop that was, say, 10 cents, it might make sense. But, I'm always hung up about a stock breaking through a whole number. I just find sometimes it can be very difficult for a stock to break through a whole number. It's just psychological. So consequently, I wouldn't take this trade. Now, had I looked left and the next low looking left was 850, I might have said, you know what? Even if I allowed it to take out the whole number, that would be still 50 cents down. And as long as my stop was not more than 25 cents, I could consider the trade. Now, just because I say, well, there's the next low looking left, doesn't mean it's going to get there. Okay. But I have to go into a trade with a reasonable expectation of a 1 for 2. Okay. Now you'll see me. I mean, I will get out of a trade earlier, maybe only a 1 for 1 or a half to one or whatever if I don't like the way it's trading. But I don't go into the trade, at the beginning as being my expectation. Yeah, well, Session, I mean, most people don't want to put the work in. I mean, they're so excited they want to start trading right away, and they think, "Wow, I've got this program called Trade Ideas. This is just going to give me. That's all I need." I mean, it's all you need to generate. If you're an intraday trader, especially, stocks that are trading abnormally, but you still have to have some trading experience. And be able to take a look at a chart, understand what the overall market mechanics might be doing to your trade. That's why I have this SPY chart up. Most of the things that I do are not so dependent on the SPY, but something like Riven probably is a little more. So here's a big level for Gur, right at the 446, guys. So there's that line right there. That is the VWAP. So the only other thing I really pay attention to now, what Steve would say is that is broken down through the 10 SMA. But so right now we're in between that 10 SMA and the VWAP. Well, yeah, Session. I mean, it's amazing. If I said, well, here's my plane, guys, and I threw you the keys you'd never driven before, well, go ahead. I mean, trading is the same way. I mean, you just can't start you've got to learn. And that's why we've got that course Michael Noss put together. Yeah, I mean, I think it's got something for everybody, Session. I mean, it starts off as basic as you want. And then at the very end, I didn't even know that, but at the very end, I think he said 39 and 40. Got a lot of videos there. He talks about the trading plan. I don't think he gives you a specific one, but it's the concept that you have. Is it 37? I thought he told me yesterday or last week that, I thought he said 39 and 40 were, okay, when you went through it, were the last two about a trading plan? Okay. Okay, I must have misheard him. Because again, you can't just look at, oh, this looks good, I think I'll take it. You have to have a reason why. I hear Shady say all the time, why are you going to take this trade? Why are you going to take this trade? What makes this trade good for you? And if you do take the trade, where's your stop? Where are you going to get out if it doesn't work? I mean, these are questions you have to ask yourself every single trade. Why are you taking the trade, number one? Where are you going to get out if it doesn't work? And then, what's the expectation that if it does work, what could you make? And then as well as, okay, as we pointed out, how much you're going to actually risk on the trade dollar-wise. That'll determine how many shares you take. Meanwhile, the caribou keeps moving higher and higher. A big miss by me for sure. That's right. This was the one that Pfizer put money into. Was it 25 million or something? And well, that was the interesting thing. Am I right that it was at 533 or something? Here we go. Let's see. 533. That's right. So they put about 4.6 million, $25 million equity investment at 533. And the interesting thing is that, this was a big premium. So this stock was a $4 stock. Okay. This was a $4 stock the day before yesterday. And Pfizer put $25 million worth at 533. Big premium. Big premium. And a lot of us, well, me included, thought, well, maybe, that 533 would stall it, but not even close. And now it's at 739. All right, guys. Well, things are definitely slowing down now. Though we could see a couple that maybe some of the ones that were really active in the pre-market and had pops and maybe dropped a bit and now settling down, they could get active again. Also, don't know. PWM halted on the way down. No, still on the way up. So pretty wide ranges, guys. Got up to 17, and then 30 minutes later down to 13. This is one that a little disappointed in. Let me find it. Yeah, IREN, showed up on the option scanner right here. Popped around a bit. I looked at this though. When it took out 7 again, I thought this was going to run because. Wait a minute. Get my weekly chart on here. Because look at this weekly chart. And I think well, here we are. So remember, at 7. So the next highs were 932 on the weekly chart. I thought, boy, once this took out 7, chopped around, moved down here, chopped around, and then right there got just a little over 7, a couple of candles. And I thought, man, if this holds, this could go on a run, kind of like the caribou, and didn't do it. Just did not do it. So did you buy this on the way up session or on the way down at 764, thinking it would bounce? You're talking about the Genie, GENI. I shouldn't ask 2 questions. So did you buy it on the pullback? I'll just ask that question. Is that when you bought it on the pullback? You said yes, but I asked 2 questions. Oh, well, okay. So this is first thing I would have noticed. So you were up a little bit, just a little bit. First thing I would have noticed though is I'll never take a stock until it breaks yesterday's high. Number one, that's for me. So you bought it on the way up to 764, and the high was 772. So I would have had to let that break, number one, and then even though it broke, it didn't really do anything from there. So that would have been sort of nothing. I wouldn't have taken that. Just because I'd like to see stocks breaking yesterday's high, if it's close enough to it. Now, it did break it just a little bit, but not certainly not by much. That's the way I trade, though. That's, And then the next thing is now, okay, had I done it the way you did it, my stop now again, the VWAP changes. I don't know what the VWAP was when you took the trade, but certainly a break of the VWAP would have got me out of the trade. So let's just say 764 actually was above yesterday's high, and I decided, okay, I'm going to take this trade. Everything looks kind of good. My stop certainly would be a break of the VWAP. Always think about the VWAP. It can either hold it, it can. I mean, I'm not saying obviously it didn't in this case. It did not act like support at all. But a lot of times you'll see a stock move into the VWAP and bounce off it. But so if you put the VWAP as your stop, just a little bit below it, then at least you've got, okay, the trade didn't work. Did I ever take a look? This is in our YouTube room. Did I ever take a look at SPGI to see what you thought? I don't trade that price range, but let's take a look. So I don't trade that price range, Jordan. That's somebody in our YouTube room. Oh, this is sort of, yeah, I don't, it basically looks like it just follows the SPY, right? Kind of. So I don't look at this at all. I don't even know credit bureaus, S&P credit bureaus. Yeah, I don't know. Definitely, this is sort of out of my expertise. I don't really know too much about this one. Not even sure I've ever seen this. But if you'd had a proper stop, you would have been out of the trade. Remember the second scenario. You don't want to bet your stop and it starts to come back. And you say, great, because I knew it would. You see, this to me, the CSTL could have a late dayer. It really could. I mean, it's at the highs right now. I get it, but had two good press releases and some analysts. This came out afterwards. I didn't see this one early. So, regional Medicare administrative contractor Novitas had decided to withdraw a draft policy that would have declined coverage for Castle's cancer test. Now, doesn't mean it, okay, because now it said they would draft a new policy proposal. Okay, so it's not that they're just. But here's this guy from Lake Street. As we digest this bizarre twist and the surprise from CMS. The surprise, I think, is the 33%. I'm sorry, yeah, so this was early, of course. The stock surging 33% on new cancer gene risk test data. So it had that news. This was the first news that I saw. Saw that second news later. And then some analysts, this Lake, putting a $32 price target on them. And I think somebody else may have. Now, of course, this being a bio, guys, you run the risk of doing a financing. So I personally would never be holding this. Yeah, I missed the PWM boat, that's for sure. Tough one though. Where do you put your stop? So you cannot take too many shares because this is so volatile. And that was 19. Now it's 16.98. You know, so it's so volatile. And now it's halted on the way down. Here's where it could open. Again, this blue screen you see here is from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? So that PWM is halted at 1673. You can't see the symbol, but that is the symbol. Potential open down here, 1450. Doesn't mean that's what's going to happen, but probably not. It's so new. I mean, if you're center point, maybe you've got shorts, but I know Interactive Brokers doesn't. But you know, it's so new. It's only the second day. A lot of times, it's a really good thing not having shorts for these because you can get killed. All looks good afterwards, you know. Oh yeah, I shorted at 1952 and it's back down to 15. Sometimes William surprises me with E-Trade, saying E-Trade has shorts for something like this, which always floors me. Who said that, Shady? Not me. I didn't even know about it. Yeah, exactly as William is saying, the lack of shorts, the widespread lack of shorts is why a stock can do something like this because there's no, you know, obviously there's downward pressure on people finally, you know, bailing, taking a profit, or maybe people that got trapped up here and getting out. But there's no further downward pressure. People shorting it, you know, making it betting that it's going to go down. So there's not that further downward pressure. There you go. Cobra has shorts. Okay, so John M. The question: Center point typically, and that's what they, you know, that's their big claim. They seem to have shorts for anything, but Kiwi and the other room said that Cobra has shorts for PWM. Most brokers will not have shorts, you know, the second day of trading. Now I don't know what it would cost. Well, Centerpoint is a little bit expensive. I don't know what Cobra. I have no idea what they charge, but Centerpoint can be a little expensive. I think you need them. Well, I know they used to. They may not now, but I know they used to require $50,000. Number one, in the account. I don't know if that's still the same. And as far as what they would charge for shorts, of course, it's all, you know, something like this, probably an arm and a leg, but I don't know. I mean, I don't have access to Center Point. So 100 shares for $19 at Cobra, which of course, you know, if it goes down $5, that won't matter. All right, guys. So 221, we got about 40 minutes left. So a good time to ask questions. I'm probably not going to do much more. I'm going to make my determination of what I want to do with Riven. I still have some left, but that 2565 line that I saw on the chart really convinced me to take a bunch off. So, and I still have this castle holding out for a late day pop. I mean, this is actually trading pretty nicely. I mean, you know, it is completely settled down. Spread is only a nickel now. Let's see. There's another beta now for you guys to try out, I think. Yep. So there's which is almost the same version that I've got. I'm always on a development version. This is, but it's probably virtually the same. This is what I'm using right now. And you can see, you know, what's happened since. So if you want to try out the beta, and by the way, guys, the beta is fine. I mean, I don't know why they, honestly, I don't really know why they have a pro, like why they have a production version and a beta. I really don't know. I mean, I know the theory behind it, but I would always use the beta. Been doing that for 13 years. Well, Guru obviously had the news after hours. Yeah, Guru had that news about the 300 or $270 million Egyptian order happened right here at 5 o'clock Eastern time. You can see the pop. So you didn't take it before then. Obviously, there was no reason to. I get it, William, but the difference between our production and beta, I mean, I was think, I've never really, unless I really dive into it, I'm really not seeing any major bugs with using the beta, such that the majority of our customers would never even notice if there was one. Well, that was the headline though, right? At 5 o'clock or thereabouts, between 5 and 5:15 or so, maybe even a little earlier, perhaps, but that was the headline. Yeah, so you bought it on that headline. And luckily, you bought 100,000 shares. So now drinks are on you. Do I use the new features? I don't even understand. I'm always on this development version. Okay. So I don't even, most of the time, I'm not even aware of what the differences are unless, we have a meeting and they're saying, okay, this is a big difference. For instance, a while back, I do have Trading View. I have one chart up on Trading View, and when I was clicking on it, it wasn't the external linking wasn't working, as an example. So in the next build, and they were aware of it. So in the next build, they fixed that, and I knew that. But until that time, I had to go back a couple of builds when it was working correctly. So there would be something that I'd be interested in. But most of the things, a lot of the things are around Brokerage Plus, and I have to admit, I don't really care. The majority of our emails coming in are all about Brokerage Plus issues. And I feel sorry for Chris because he has to deal with them all, check people's logs, and why didn't this happen? And I'm still not using the HTML charts. I won't do it, Pepe. Maybe Monday I'll try again. I find that the HTML these are the so-called old charts, and I'd have to use the browser interface. I just find it slows my system down a little bit. And I think Pepe. Now, who knows? Maybe this next version, maybe they've excuse me, maybe they've improved on something. Okay, opening multiple. Now you're talking about a channel that you created. So something like this. Okay. I am not 100%. I think the only way you could do that, and I don't want you to. So this is the only channel I've got. You probably have to click pinned, but understand the perils of doing that. Okay. So when you click pinned, that means your channel will remain if you load another one. I think I've never tried it up here. I don't know if that's just the individual or the entire. Yeah, but I'm not sure. You might have to pin each individual. Where did I get this? Is I up here? It's possible that you just have to pin it, because I left clicked up in here the name of it. Oh, heck, I'll do it. So let's see if this remains. Yeah, that should do it then. because this now remains. Okay, so I guess if you pin your other channels and you want to have, and then I guess you can open them. But they, okay, yeah, there's no issue with the standard channels, and that was the whole idea. You know, before when we didn't have this dock, well, the dock channel bar as it's called. Before, yeah, when you would click on a channel, the minute you clicked on another one, that channel would disappear. Plus, your layout would disappear. So, you know, it probably prevented most people from even looking at our channels. But then they came up, I don't know, a couple of years ago with this dock channel bar, and so now you can have, you know, you can have your chat, you can have unpinned. Let me show you what I'm talking about. This is for other people too. See, whoops. Oh, don't tell me did I get rid of my chat? There we go, I didn't. So none of this is pinned. So in the past, if I wanted to load a channel, if I loaded a channel, this would disappear. So because you could only have one layout loaded at a time. But now if I go to new, click on new and then dock channel bar, I can load any one of these channels and my layout will still remain. But what Naveen's question was, he created some custom channels. And, you know, I guess you want to have a couple of them open at the same time. So I guess all you have to do is pin them. Okay. The problem with pinning in the past, you know, people didn't understand it. I never had a problem, but maybe I just understood it. I don't really know. But people would pin their windows and they would forget they've done that and they would load their channel again, not realizing. And then all of a sudden their system would just completely slow down, not realizing that if they looked underneath, they could have 10 or 20 pinned versions of the same scan underneath. Okay. And so I have not uttered the word pinned for a long time until today, Naveen. And I was to blame because when I used to share my scans, I was sharing a pinned version of them, thinking that, well, people would understand. I would say it's pinned, but didn't quite understand. So what was happening is that our poor support people get inundated with emails saying, what is wrong with my system? It is completely slowed down. And that was the reason. This is an earnings spike. I did not see this one. It looks like it's moving higher. KRUS. Wow. Yeah, look at this one. Kura Sushi. Did not see this one as an earnings play at all. Doesn't trade very much. 282,000 shares. That's a big move. $14 on only that amount. Do I like the FIGS chart? No, Michael. The FIGS chart came up because somebody asked me about how to create a scan that will show you stocks near the pre-market high. And so that just showed up. It's not that I like the FIGS chart. It's not bad. I mean, you know, you've got room to about 8, but it's not trading abnormally at all, 0.69. So for somebody who wants to intraday trade, you know, I would never see this. Yeah, I'm going back a little further. I think of Krusty the Clown from The Simpsons. Well, are you is this in your simulation account, right? This is simulated, right, Session? Well, well, okay. First of all, it doesn't, you know, whether you hold it or not, I guess it doesn't. But the thing is you didn't have a stop, I guess. Or what? Okay, never mind the VWAP. What was your stop to get out of the trade? And don't be shy. If you said you didn't have one, I mean, I'll give you you have to sit in a corner for a while, but did you have a stop? Okay, so you didn't have a stop. So right now, I mean, it doesn't really matter what you do. Because as William is saying, treat the simulator like it's your real money. But right now, I mean, it doesn't really matter what you do because I mean, you didn't have a stop. In my opinion, you would have been stopped out, especially getting down to 730 from 765. That's a pretty. But now the other thing though is you were looking to swing it. But remember, swing trading is different. Your stops are going to be a lot wider. So it'd be possible you could say, well, I'll put a stop at the low of the day. Or the low, wow, that would have been too much maybe, but maybe the low of yesterday, things like that if you're going to swing trade. But you know what? The same risk reward principles are still in place. Let's just say for argument's sake, I said, you know what? I want to take this trade, 741, and I want to swing it. For whatever reason, it meets all your swing trading, it meets all your criteria for taking this trade. And you say, and I want to put the stop at the low of yesterday. Let's make the math relatively simple. We're at 742. Let's pretend that the stop was 642. Okay, it's almost there, $1 away. You'd have to be able to look left and have a reasonable expectation of making $2 on the trade, risking $1 to make at least two. Now, I wouldn't have done that because I'd be looking left and seeing that the next high looking left would have been yesterday's high. Obviously, not $2 away. That's just me, though. Some might look at that and go, well, that's not really a problem because when I really look left, there's a ton of room. And that might be. And that's why you'd have to have a wider stop. But if you were going to risk $100 on the trade with $1 stop, you'd take 100 shares. Nicely done on the short of the SPY, Shady. Well, you have to have your style, though. I'm not saying that's just the way I trade, right? I mean, I would not take the trade unless it's now, if it were way down here at 661, on the high up here was 770, and there was a good reason to take it, of course. But if it's close, like you were so close to yesterday's high, I'd be waiting for a break. That's just me, though. Okay, that's just the way I trade. I'm pretty conservative. Some would say, I'm going to anticipate it's going to break through it, and fine. That's just not the way I trade, though. And I mean, again, my style of trading is not for everybody. I mean, there are a lot of people that would rather trade pullbacks, pull back to a certain moving average, maybe to the VWAP, things like that. And that's fine. I mean, my style is just, built for me. Okay. Yeah, right. I'm surprised you guys can hear my little chime on my watch. But nothing else, right? It's still noise canceling. I don't know why that. So how is the noise canceling working overall? You can't hear my wife in the background? No, not tea time. It is crank call time. Yeah, I understand you hear the dog. That's fine. Happy dog in the morning. That's good. Well, she's working at home. She's not talking to me. She's working at home today. Yeah, no, I haven't. I could not figure out how to retrain it. I know that sounds crazy. So that it would just listen to my voice. It didn't. I should take a look at it when I close down today again. It should be such a simple thing to do, just retrain it. All right, guys, we're getting close to the end, 2:42. So again, I will stick around if there are questions. I'll just talk one last time, pester you guys about my homepage. All right, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you will here. That's what you're going to see. You'll be at the top here. So again, here's a promo code, 15% off. Now, again, if you want to take out an annual, I can give you a promo. If you currently have a monthly subscription, I can give you a 25%. You just have to ask me for it. And getting started. I think it's working now. Please work, please work, please work. Yeah, we're back to okay now. So if you take out a subscription, you must do this. You know, at the very, very, very minimum, you must do this. It's a software program, okay? You know, the introduction to scans and top lists and alert windows. This is the course we've been talking about, the Trading 101. Michael Noss at Trader Days put this all together. Here's a stock of the day video that I do, free of course. Trade of the week is free. You can sign up for it. Now, if you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, you should get it about an hour before the market opens Monday morning. If you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. The education section is here, and here are my scans right here. Okay, here are the scans. This earnings plays up versus earnings play down. This is what it looks like. This will get way more active. This is where I saw the crust. Didn't even know crust was an earnings play today. Okay, but this will get way more active in a couple of weeks when we get into earnings season. Okay. And my option the two versions of the option plays. So save my homepage. You save my homepage. You can take a look at my scans anytime, education section anytime. And please, if you're going to take out a subscription, use my code. This is a free room, and we'd like to keep it that way. Yeah, be big right up here. Boy, we used to see this all the time. This be big. Not for a while though. Yeah, William wants to short it. So you have short seat. Interactive Brokers does not have shorts right now. Michael, I won't look at a stock that's 44 cents. Sorry. Talking to somebody in a YouTube room. I trade nothing under $1. Why? That's my plan. It's not to denigrate anybody who wants to trade stocks under $1. You make money doing it, great. I think what I'm going to do is email them, the Chris people, and say, "Look, how do I redo my mic?" Okay, guys, we're getting close. Any questions? Good. Two easy questions. It's no, it's not. It's actually not the noise canceling mic. It's a piece of software, William, called CRISPR. I'm sorry, CRISP. KRISP. CRISP. KRISP. It's software, if you can believe it. So when you set it up, I don't. I mean, it was ridiculously cheap. It's probably the best piece of software I've ever had. For what it does and the value. And you set it up one time, and you talk into it, so it gets to recognize your voice. And it's only supposed. And forever, it was doing that. I just think I have to redo it. How do you stop the repeats? Okay, so let's take this alert window right here, the small gap breakout. Okay, so let's say I want to, so the question is, how do I create a don't repeat version of something? Now, this is actually a don't repeat, okay, but let's pretend it wasn't. So what you do, because assuming you want to see, the original one over and over and over again, making new highs. Now, if you don't, then all you have to do is this, right click, go to properties, and then you see where it says don't repeat, check it. And this is so if you only want to have the one window and a don't repeat window, And of course, you don't have to duplicate it. You just turn it into a don't repeat. Okay, so again, let me do that one more time. So right click on the window, properties, and then don't repeat, little box that pops up. You check it, and then here are your options. Don't repeat for a minute, 5, 15, 30, 1 hour a day. Okay? And that's what this one is already. But assuming you do want to do what I'm doing, here's don't repeat, and here's repeating. So if you want to do that, so you've got your normal way of seeing it, and then you right click, and then you duplicate the window. And then you just run through. So right click, properties, don't repeat. You can pick your time frame for a day if you want. I mean, you can pick your time frame. This is a drop down menu. And then I would give it another name. I'll just give it another name so you know it's a don't repeat version. That makes sense. I guess I could try reinstalling it, but it should be that I could redo it. I mean, it should be. It has to be. But you're right. That probably is. I don't even know if I. I don't even know if I. If that was a one-time fee or was an annual fee. I think I've had it well over a year. I don't think they've asked me for money. Maybe if I reinstall it, they might ask me for money. Octo. I love how goods comes in and just there's 20 minutes of work. Boy, you and I trade very differently. Oh, I know, I know. You're just where do you live that you can come in late, or is it not? It has nothing to do with that. You just so that's nothing. So it's got nothing to do with that. So you just are you able to knock off a little bit early, 2:30 your time, 2:45. Ah, okay. Look at this crust, crispy or kura sushi. Lifetime high now for this one. Doesn't trade options. No options. PJ, you in the room still? I guess PJ has left. Yeah, we were just goofing around now. 6 minutes left, guys. No, I don't. I mean, sometimes, but typically I don't really trade that much in the last hour anymore. When I shut down, I mean, I'm still usually here. I'm doing some scanning maybe for the next day and all, but I rarely initiate a trade in the last hour. If I'm in something, like the CSTL, I'm obviously not going to. I'll still be sitting here. Yeah, everybody have a great weekend. CSTL is still. Well, if PJ were here, he would know what I'm going to say. I refuse to believe it's just going to sit here. It's going to do one of two things. I just don't believe it's going to sit here. Could have a big sell-off, or could have a pop, but I just don't believe it's just going to sit here for the balance of the day. No, this is Griff's. I mean, I didn't take this one. The original alert was at 9:14. I didn't like it because I wanted to see it take out 9, and then even if it did, it's only about 10 cents away. But again, if you're less conservative than I am, you take that short at 9:15. Now, where would you put your stop? I mean, if you put a really tight stop, at the high of that 15-minute candle, which was 9:15, it didn't move. I mean, in that case, it would have worked. 4-cent stop, sure. That is not the way I trade, though. I don't typically have super, super tight stops like that. Well, what will be interesting with the CSTL is, regardless of what happens, is will they do a financing? Have you done the analysis, the financial analysis of that company, William? How much money they have, cash on hand, and all that? I'm sure not much. So a stock that pops basically 50%, you definitely run the risk of it doing a financing. Well, Jason, okay, so somebody in our YouTube room, when I did the test drive, I was a bit overwhelmed with the amount of things TI can do. Do they offer some sort of assistance or starter setup help? Well, but that question, though, it all depends on what you're looking for. I mean, yeah, you're right. We can do many, many things, but that's why we always kind of say you should have some kind of a trading plan. You know, when can you trade? Number one, can you sit at a computer all day long or just the first hour? What price range do you like? Minimum volume. You have to develop some kind of a trading plan. What sort of things do you like to see? Now if you don't know what you like to see, that's when you have to experiment. I like to see stocks making new highs, new lows of the day. You might be somebody who wants to see stocks pulling back to a, a moving average. All depends, Jason, I don't know what your trading experience is also. But I mean, yeah, Trade Ideas has a lot to offer, but look what I do. This is it. I've got this window, which looks a little overwhelming there, but these again, I might have to add in the count again. I don't want to see so many alerts, but I mean, that's it. Now this, again, I would like to limit this to about 20 or 30 for the whole day. And this is only going to be usually a grand sum of, say, 15 total breakouts and breakdowns. But, that's the way I like to trade. So there's no such thing as a starter setup, because it all depends on how you want to trade. I mean, I could give you my layout, but that doesn't mean anything, because it may not be the way you want to trade. Now, if you're asking, I mean, how do you load anything, then that's a different, you could go to the toolbar, click on new, and then click on dock channel bar, and here are some channels that we've got that you can take a look at, all theme-based channels. So if you're, not that I would recommend anybody new to trading, I would stay away from the after hours channel. I mean, you might want to look at the after hours channel just to see what's moving, which might set you up for tomorrow, the next day. But I don't trade. I haven't put on a new after hours trade in months. So again, the assistants, I mean, if you took the test drive, I mean, I'm here all day. You also know that one of the other traders takes over in that YouTube room that you're in between 12 and 1. And we have 5 different traders, but do you see what I mean when I say it's a little bit difficult, starter setup? I mean, I can give you something, but that might not be the way you want to trade. Are you kind of new to trading, Jason? See, anybody who's new to trading, I wouldn't even look at our software until you take the course. No, not at all. Okay. But I'm just going to talk in general, I mean, because otherwise the software is bewildering. What are you looking at? What am I supposed to do with this? I get it. And not just this, but I mean, anything from our channels, like what are you seeing? So Jason, do you have a particular like style of trading? Like, what do you like to see? Because you say you're not new to trading. So what has been your trading style or plan in the past? Okay, so there's a start. So you like to see all 4% breakouts. So you want to see stocks that are at least 4% above what, yesterday's close or the open. And this is a momentum. Like I can give you a momentum scan right now. Okay, so you want to see. So the idea is then to see stocks that are above 4%, at least above yesterday's close. Is that correct? I mean, that's a start. Okay, so let's take a look at the momentum scan I've got that I can give to you, okay? Just to get you started then. Give me a moment. And I'll show you on my homepage, though if you took the test drive, you probably heard me talk about my homepage a lot, but okay, so there's my homepage link. This is what you're going to see. You won't see this. So you'll be at the top here, and here are my scans. So there's a scan I call momentum, okay? So let's open it up. And let's start to customize it for you. I'm gonna load it from the cloud. So here it is. Now, so this is what I've got in here right now, okay? So the price is between 1 and 100. Again, you can determine that. Now the current volume is at least 3. That means it's trading at 3 times normal up to the time of day. I would probably leave something like that in, because just because something is up 4% doesn't mean it's really trading super abnormal. But that's up to you. Minimum volume is 100,000 shares. I mean, you could put more. The reason I have it that low, I mean, some people might say that's super low because the stock might be just ramping up. Okay, so if you put 1 million shares in there, you might miss a move that has happened between 100,000 and 1 million. Okay, so that'll be up to you. This gives it the momentum. Okay, this will give it the momentum. So, but we don't have to have these here. But this gives it the momentum. The volume the last minute is 1,000% of normal, and in 5 minutes it's 400% of normal. Now you wanted stocks were up at least 4%. I've got it here at 2%. I can change it to 4. Okay. And then if the stock makes a new high for the day with all these now I put this filter in here. This is sort of a bit of a hack. So if you don't want to see ETFs and all, I use this filter a lot. It's the EPS, earnings per share filter. And I've just put like 0.001 and minus 0.001 because, all stocks, ETFs don't have EPSs, right? Obviously, ETFs don't have EPSs. So if you want to eliminate them, you can use this filter. It's just sort of a hack to do that. So at this point right now, is this something that you'd be interested in? Or do you want me to get rid of the volume? Because you will get more alerts if I eliminate, of course, this volume in the last minute of 1,000% of normal. You'll get more alerts, but maybe there are too many. I don't know. So I'm sorry. I shouldn't. I keep asking like several questions at once. And so when you said yes, what are you saying yes to? Are you saying yes, this is something you'd be interested in? And I'll wait. Okay, this is good. Okay. So let me just give it another name. Call it Jason's. Jason's scan. Okay. Okay. So there you go. So there's something to start off with. You're looking for stocks that are at least 4% up, and with some momentum behind it. You say you're a momentum trader, so that'll get you started. And if that's what you like to see, you don't have to worry about anything else. I mean, you don't have to learn anything else about trade ideas. Okay. Well, when you load it, you're only going to see the last one. Okay. Okay when you load it. But if you started it right off the bat, like this morning, 9:30, you will, it'll be firing left. Okay. But the fact that you just loaded it, that's why you're only seeing one. Now, if you want, even then, if you don't feel you're getting enough results, then you have to relax the filters. Relaxing the filters, meaning maybe instead of the volume the last minute is 1,000% of normal, you can change it to 500. Okay. Maybe, the relative volume of 3, maybe change it to 2. That'll be up to you. You can gauge, what is a decent number for you to see all day long. Okay. Okay. You're welcome, Jason. Okay, guys, I think that is it. I think there's no more questions. I say I don't mind sticking around if there are questions. I don't see any now. So if that's it, and don't be shy. If you have a question, I don't have to go anywhere. Just I don't want to sit here if there's no questions. That's all. All right, guys, I don't see any questions. So again, thanks a lot for all the help all week long. Room will open. The main room will open no later than 8 o'clock. And I'll get on the mic. I'll get on the mic for both rooms though at 9 o'clock, okay? AM, Eastern time, of course. Have a great weekend, and we'll see you then. I'll be shutting down YouTube.